So I was investigating the frame gen issues we were having last time, and I rolled back to NVIDIA driver 537.58, and everything's fine. So the culprit is definitely the new driver. Or I suppose the last two drivers. And from what I'm hearing, this driver is causing other issues in other games. So apparently the new NVIDIA driver is just kind of poo-poo all around. Unfortunate. But that's what it looks like based on my own testing and what I've been reading. But we rolled back, so we should be good. Hopefully NVIDIA pushes a new driver in the next couple days.
The community center on P1 is a good place to connect with others, or fulfill any spiritual needs you may have.
Spiritual needs. Me. That's funny. That's a good one.
You look hurt. Might want to head on over to the Lions.
Okay, I thought that was a flicker, but no, that was just the camera clipping through Andresia. Let me go back to the settings I had.
Always a satisfying moment to return to your ship.
Anyway, we're doing the UC Vanguard quest line. Now we gotta go convince some people to let us into that super secret Xeno Warfare archive. Because that's where all the Terrormorph data is stored.
Captain, over here.
Yeah, no flickering. Sup?
The workup's in the cabinet's hands. They said they'll call for us once they've gotten to properly review it. But listen, I know I should have been more forthcoming about who I was earlier. So, in the interest of full disclosure, there's one more thing you ought to know before we head up there.
Oh Christ, what else?
The UC. It's more complicated than it might seem at first glance. the UC's actually the only reason I'm here in the first place. I am a clone of a man named Francois Sanon, one-time fleet admiral of the UC during the Colony War, former head of the UC Navy. They called him Ve Victus, woe to the defeated, in Old Earth Latin, a title he earned. The program I was a part of, it was the UC's attempt to create a new generation of military minds from one of their most respected tacticians. Secure the leadership of the UC military for generations to come.
I have dialogue from the fucking Genghis Khan quest. Fuck yes. Are there others from your program still out there? Other clones?
I'm the last. A few of my siblings, they passed when we were young. Training accidents and the like. But most of the rest were deployed to the front lines during the Colony War, and they never came back. Not a day goes by where I don't think about what the world would look like with them still in it.
The to-do list for the damn anti-farming update for Defuckinated is finally down to half a page long. Very nice. Fuck farming. Fuck farming and crafting and base building and all the other bullshit that wastes your time in games instead of filling them with real content. I've actually had some experience with cloning before, outside the UC, of course.
You have? I mean, it's old technology. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Some independent group might have managed to figure it out again. But in my case, it complicates things. The man I was cloned from, my father, was executed for acts he committed during the war. The man caused a lot of death on both sides. Freestar Collective and UC. Military and civilians.
Ve Victus, didn't they kill them?
They're a part of the reason the UC and Freestar Collective aren't really on great terms to this day. So my involvement, it could be another obstacle they throw at us up there. I just wanted you to be forewarned.
Not sure I can blame them. This family of yours doesn't sound like they were paragons of virtue. So you're using me to distract them. Great. Wow, and I thought my family was messed up. I mean, my parents are lovely. But, I mean, technically in this universe, my parents aren't actually my parents. And my former wife is a starborn, as am I.
I just thought you deserved to know.
Wait a minute. You have to technically die to become a starborn. Does that mean my character's technically a widow? Even though Sarah's still alive out there as a starborn somewhere? Whatever, my family's pretty fucked up.
Well, my areas of expertise are pretty specific, but messed up families are up there. You know, while we've got a second, was there anything else we needed to discuss? I know you got dropped into the middle of this pretty fast. Or if you've got any last-minute business to attend to, now might be a good time. No telling how long the cabinet's gonna keep us waiting out here.
Pretty sure that makes your character dead. Well, yes, but also she's alive. Unless my character's just a copy of my character. Well, there's a mindfuck for you. Your eyes, they're red. Is that a result of the cloning process?
That's actually a souvenir from my time on Mars. The Red Devils unit I was a part of, they were founded by recruits who'd worked some of Mars' deepest mines. Folks used to adversity. The dust at those depths, it seeps into everything. The human eye included. Where the name Red Devils came from in the first place. It became an unwritten rite of passage that anyone wanting to enlist with the Devils had to do a stint in the mines before they could join up. The Devils were always talked about in such revered tones during my training, so as soon as I was old enough, I signed up. And the eyes were my parting gift.
Any suggestions on what I should say to the cabinet?
It's hard to know exactly what might sway them. I'd just be honest about what you saw. A colony wiped out, and a lot of lives lost. Something we don't want anyone else to have to experience.
Are you willing to tell me any more about your father?
I mean, we never spent a lot of time together. He was too busy being fleet admiral to deal with kids. I was raised by a pair of guardians instead. Until his defeat during the colony war, though, he was known as an extremely effective commander. Savvy. Perceptive. That mind opened a lot of doors for him. And for me, too. But Victus, for all his ability, was heartless. Ruthless to a fault. In the end, that's what cost him his life.
So honestly, what are the risks of us accessing this data?
Eye strain from the amount of reading I've got on the horizon if we succeed. The Terramorph project never went anywhere. It couldn't. They're deadly creatures, but they aren't xenoweapons. The cabinet not opening the archives is probably a bigger risk than them handing over the files. That data itself isn't dangerous, which probably wouldn't be a bad point for us to bring up, should the opportunity arise.
Don't have any questions, no.
Then I guess it's just a matter of...
The cabinet meeting is about to begin. All parties, please proceed to the cabinet chambers.
Sounds like our cue.
Convenient.
Here we go.
Yeah, the walking speed still isn't quite right, but it's a lot better than vanilla. Where'd you go?
Ah, and that must make you the Captain Hadrian mentioned in her report.
That's me.
You have our thanks for bringing us this information. You can imagine my surprise when I was informed you were also the agent involved in the debacle between SysDef and the Crimson Fleet.
Nah,
Still
Del.
quite a
It's worth
mystery
full price.
how that all went so wrong.
And then some.
In fact, some of Commander Ikande's few remaining compatriots even went so far as to suggest we were making a mistake granting you an audience at all, and that we should instead strap you in irons. Tell me, why would they think something like that?
Because they know the real truth. The UC never had a chance. The fleet's too damn clever. I'd know.
I guess you would, given your previous activities. Lucky for you, then. The UC has other needs for you.
Buy the deluxe edition?
Let's get to business.
The only reason to
We
buy
have
the
two
deluxe edition
petitioners here making a surprising request.
is because it includes the first
Access to
expansion
the UC Xeno Warfare Team's Terramorph data.
when it comes
Currently
out.
housed in the Armistice archives. A request which will require not just this body's agreement, but that of all 3 armistice signatories. UC, Freestar Collective, and House Varun. Now, Captain, we've all read Hadrian's report on the subject, but we have yet to hear from you. Perhaps you could summarize for the Cabinet what it is you see as the goal of this endeavor.
We're still trying to figure out what we're facing. We can't make an informed decision without data.
That is something to consider. Though we also have to take into account the nature of the data you require.
Madam President, I object to the very premise of this meeting. While no one would argue that what happened on Tau Ceti was anything less than a tragedy, terramorph attacks are not some sudden new threat on the horizon. They've been happening for generations. To demand we hand over banned archival knowledge and possibly upset the balance of galactic diplomacy because of a single attack seems at best panic. And at worst, a power grab by the daughter of a bloodthirsty warmonger and her associates.
I would remind the chief diplomat who he's speaking to. If it's my father you're looking to address, you're welcome to consult a medium.
Yeah,
I would
nice.
also ask, how many deaths the Cabinet requires to act? 50? 50,000? Because if tragedies like Tau Ceti are just prelude to more attacks, I have no doubt you'll get the body count you require.
Let's keep this civil, shall we? And while there should be no doubt the preservation of life stands paramount among this body's duties, Chief Yassine has a point. Will a single attack, however troubling, be sufficient to convince the other factions to grant us access to what they no doubt consider weapon data? I don't think it's enough. Perhaps you can help, Captain. As the one who actually collected the sample in question, did this terramorph seem at all alarming to you?
Wonder if you can trade your Fallout 4 Pip-Boy edition for the collector's Starfield watch? I would imagine no. Considering it's been 8 years.
Captain?
A standard terramorph never should have been on Tau Ceti. We could be facing a true threat here.
I didn't realize the captain was such an expert. But it's a compelling point, Madam President. A terramorph doesn't care about factional boundaries. And as the captain says, we can say definitively this is no normal terramorph. The other factions are as at risk as we are.
A compelling point indeed. So then, Captain, given the discussion now and the information you've been privy to thus far, if you were in our position, would you grant the request made to open the archives?
Yes. Doing nothing even with the limited knowledge we have would be irresponsible.
I'm inclined to agree.
As am I.
I suppose that does get to the heart of the point, doesn't it? Very well. I consent. The galaxy was lucky you were here today, Captain.
They're lucky I chose to be a xenobiologist and character creator.
So if there are no other objections, I believe we can agree to give our full backing to make the request to... What was that?
Attention. An incident has occurred.
The fuck?
Lockdown engaged.
Incident. Chief Sarkin, what's happening?
There's been an attack at the spaceport. Terramorphs.
Terramorphs. More attacks. Just as predicted.
Good God.
If this is a terramorph attack, then so much for your xenobiologist background. Got him.
There must be another explanation.
What do you mean so much for my xenobiologist background?
There will be plenty of time for
I guess that would convince them either way.
Chief Sarkin, order the evacuation of the spaceport and have your men contain the things, but do it discreetly.
Discreetly!
The last thing we need is a citywide panic.
Yes, ma'am.
Admiral Logan, the local barracks can provide support?
I'll make the order myself. The nearest anti-Xeno squad, though, is off-world. Going to take a while to bring them in.
Send me!
Well then, we'll have to make do with the tools we've got. You two, we can't risk those things getting out of the spaceport. I want you both on the next train there.
I was gonna say.
Let them know you're coming and that you've dealt with these things before. Now go show them how it's done.
Send me!
Ma'am.
I'm
Captain,
Starborn.
right behind. Let's get down there.
I'm a one-woman anti-Xeno squad. Send Dan.
You! The EM rifle, grab it! Now!
Stop! We're trying to help you! Now hit him with everything you've got!
Stop!
Hold on. No, this isn't... There was no other way for it to end. Why? Why is it doing this?
I'm playing Citizen Tennis.
This is what I trained for. Thank you for what you did.
What's up, Bunny? Could we get a shout out for Bunny, please?
Want to hurt them? The way those people were acting, I've seen this before. They were under the Terramorph's influence, weren't they?
I don't know. They were down at the port and they just started screaming. We tried to restrain them, get them on the train to get them out of harm's way, but some of the other officers down there, we couldn't restrain them fast enough. They just started firing on us. People we knew. They went berserk.
Pheromonic projection. Some Terramorphs, they can induce this fog. It affects everyone differently, but some people just lose control, turn against everyone around them, even if they don't want to. They're like a puppet. You kill the morph, you break the hold. But this means we're gonna need to be real careful with our fire, and keep that EM weapon at the ready.
I have no idea what you just witnessed. So there are these aliens called Terramorphs. They're attacking the spaceport. And apparently they can, like, control people's brains, and that's what was happening to those civilians. I had the EM rifle so that we could incapacitate them without killing them. And we got stuck in a pattern where I'd shoot them with the EM rifle and knock them down. Then they'd get up. Then this lady would melee attack them, which knocked them back down. So I'd shoot them with the EM rifle. They'd get up. This lady would melee them, knock them down. I'd shoot them with the... You get the idea.
Hi. Hello.
So does this mean I need to worry about you turning on me?
I honestly was just wondering the same thing. But no, you don't need to worry about me. I've had a Terramorph try it on me before. I'm not susceptible. So we'll just have to make sure to watch out for each other down there.
Sounds like we need to hustle.
Let's do it.
Nat's unlocked. Please, do what you can to help them.
Oh, that's not good.
Don't just stand there. Good.
Damn, it seems like every playthrough I do, New Atlantis gets massively fucked up somehow. The fuck am I doing? Oh, okay. See you later.
Wait, officer? Are you and this woman experts? Take whatever we can get right now. We've got the remaining creatures locked down on the landing pad, but we're barely holding our perimeter. They said you've done this before. Well, one fire team to spare and whatever supplies you need, but I can't risk them taking over any more of my men. Put those things down and do it fast. We'll hold them as best we can.
Alright, let's go fuck these fuckers up. Terramorphs are no match for a Starborn. Oh, I'm supposed to bring the squadron with me. Let's go, homies.
Heard you might be looking for some backup. You say the word, we're out there on your 6.
You two have any experience with Terramorphs before?
Only the brief they just gave on the way here, but we know how to handle pressure.
Surviving a full-on mental assault isn't the same as keeping your cool in a firefight. Might make you more liability than asset.
We're not UC security. You don't need to worry about us.
We'll handle this. You two stay put.
Your call. We're on the line.
Plink.
Target down. Nice work, Captain.
Nice of the city is safe, thanks to us. You deserve whatever accolades you have coming.
Hey, we done did it.
Guess they weren't kidding about you two. Universe put the right people in the right place.
You all held the line. You're the heroes, not us.
Certainly doesn't feel like it.
I don't want to think what would have happened if you two hadn't been here.
Just glad we could rise to the occasion. Captain, we should report back to the President. Let her know the Terramorphs have been dealt with. Take care of yourself, Sergeant.
Murloc, I cannot put into words just how against that idea I am.
Attention. The spaceport has been secured. Safety precautions remain in place. Please wait for the all-clear signal before exiting your homes. That is all.
Those people are getting treated now. Don't know what would have happened if you hadn't shown up when you did.
Death. That's what would have happened. In the story, at least. Literally, the questline wouldn't have progressed.
Nothing's getting to the cabinet.
That's a relief to hear. Thank you, gentlemen. Let your people all know how much we owe them today.
Yes, ma'am.
Ah, there you are. I believe we have some things we should discuss.
We're counting on you, Captain. Don't let my people's sacrifice be in vain.
Those creatures killed UC citizens. They're not killing anymore.
I technically said that I'm against that idea, so I did put it into words. I said I couldn't put into words just how against that idea I am, because there are degrees to being against something.
Officer, I make it my responsibility to call their family.
The next time terrormorphs rear their ugly heads, the UC is going to be ready.
There's a difference between, nah, I don't think so. And under no circumstances, even if it's the only way to save the Earth from being swallowed in a ball of fire.
Losing anyone in the line of duty is a tragedy.
Captain?
These attacks,
Hadrian?
they can't
It would
happen
appear
again.
that the cabinet
Madam
owes you our
President?
thanks for what you did for the city today. As well as an apology. Your concerns about the terrormorphs, well, consider them validated.
Thank you, ma'am.
What's better late than never? They fucking agreed with me. Agreed, thank you.
Of course. I only wish we could have acted sooner. Now, today's events have only clarified our path forward in the eyes of the cabinet. You will have our full support in collecting the terrormorph data from the archives, as well as a subsequent investigation into the nature of these attacks. But to accomplish those goals, we're going to need the right people in the right places. As such, the cabinet has authorized me to reinstate you, Hadrian, effective immediately, to your former rank of Major. As soon as we've got the data in hand, we want you investigating these attacks and how to stop them. Will you do this?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. I'd be honored.
Excellent. But as you've both made clear, for such an investigation to succeed first, we're going to need someone to convince the Freestar Collective and House Varun to play ball. Someone who knows precisely the sorts of dangers the colonies and all the galaxy are facing right now. The cabinet wants you, Captain, to be that representative.
I don't know, I need to think about it, BRB.
Are you quite all right? Are you wounded? If you need a moment, by all means, take it. Something wrong, Captain. If you need a moment, by all means, take it. Are you quite all right? Are you wounded? Something wrong, Captain.
Okay, I thought about it, and if you're sure that's the wisest course of action.
We do. In exchange, we're willing to fast-track your citizenship upon collection of the data. So, will you help us?
What do I get for being a UC citizen?
It has its perks. Only citizens can purchase property in the city. We also pay reduced prices on most goods and services across the UC. There's also a credit disbursement when you first join. Help get you on your feet. But above all, you'd become a dedicated part of the greatest faction in the galaxy. If you're willing to help us, we can open that door.
I don't know about that part, but you can count on me, ma'am.
I'm glad to hear it. Now, we, of course, won't be sending you in without the proper support. Deputy McIntyre in the Office of Interstellar Affairs will be your guide on gaining access to the archives. You should be able to find her in her office across the hall. And on behalf of the whole of the United Colonies, you have our thanks. You're dismissed.
Damage to the spaceport.
I'm gonna go check in with Chief Engineer Kulkarni. Start getting a plan together for that.
We didn't get where we are by sitting on our laurels. Our laurels, in fact, became uninhabitable.
Dude, is it just me, or is the UC Vanguard quest paying me shitloads of credits?
To remember that.
Like way more than any other quest line.
These orders, but you know who this is, correct? Yes, sir. I'll make sure they get what they require.
I see my reputation precedes me.
That must make you our new envoy. Welcome to Interstellar Affairs. I'm Deputy Chief Diplomat McIntyre, Chief Yassine's second-in-command. And you're someone I've already heard plenty about. One of the few survivors of the SysDef debacle and defender of New Atlantis. Not sure if I should duck for cover around you or shake your hand, but you have my thanks for what you did for the city regardless. I was also informed that you gave quite the presentation to the cabinet. Chief Yassine wants you to know the Interstellar Affairs Office is fully committed to this endeavor, accessing the Terramorph data and beyond. We're going to do everything in our power to make sure you have the tools you need. And that means first getting you into the archives. You do know what the archives are, correct?
It's where the collective stashed all our best weapons technologies after the war.
It was a mutual agreement, but I suppose you touch on the spirit of it.
It's a bunch of books.
Also know then that it was originally managed by the 3 major galactic players. Access to the archives is only granted in cases of dire emergency, and requires a one-time use code from each of the 3 Armistice signatories. UC, Freestar Collective, and House Varun.
Now, the UC is already on board, so that means we'll need to convince 2 people. The ambassadors of the Freestar Collective and House Varun to hand over their codes. Get them both and you'll have your data. But that's a lot easier said than done.
Are you sure about that? Because I'm a Freestar Ranger and I'm married to a citizen of House Varun. I mean, just wanted to point those things out. No problem, I'm just going to need some electrodes, a tooth extractor, and some sodium pentothal.
Very funny. This is going to be hard enough already. Both ambassadors have reasons they won't, or can't, work with us. Now, I'll provide guidance on how we believe you can acquire each code, but ultimately, it'll be up to you to get them both to cooperate.
And I do
just be like, hey, let me see that code real quick, and they say sure.
Off the table here.
More or less.
That doesn't mean we can't get creative.
But it does mean we need to get you up to speed on who you're dealing with. Who do you want to start with? Ambassador Radcliffe of Freestar, or Ambassador Balmore of House Varun?
Tell me about Ambassador Balmore.
Ambassador Balmore's a challenge.
When the rest of House Varun retreated into seclusion shortly after the signing of the armistice, Balmore stayed here.
He's since lent his support to a small number of archival requests, so there's real hope he might again. Though claiming to know how a member of House Varun thinks is a quick way to earn yourself a psych eval.
Andresia's right here in the room, lady. Could you be more insensitive? Although, to be fair, she has been real fucking weird the last couple of streams. I'm sure he can be reasoned with. House Varun are people just like us.
The Zealots do not represent House Varun. I am sure there are many within their society who value the same things.
Oh, I get it. We're not being open about her Varunness.
Another wrinkle. We're not 100% sure Balmore's actually still alive.
Oh dear.
His public appearances were always rare, but it's been several years now since he last poked his head out.
That could complicate things.
Scans of the facility show life signs, but not the kind we were expecting.
Your task is to find him and kindly but firmly remind him of his duties under the armistice.
What kind of life signs did you detect in the embassy?
The Varun delegation brought more than a few of their native flora with them when they set up in the embassy. It seems those plants have been allowed to flourish, making it hard for us to verify what's flora and what's ambassador.
Wait, has no one actually been inside the embassy?
The embassy is still legally House Varun's sovereign territory, so we're not technically permitted inside. We've snuck in the occasional spy, of course, but the ambassador has proven more evasive than you'd expect for a man of his age. But we're quite sure he hasn't left the city. The man stands out.
What do I do if he's dead?
Then you search the embassy for his biometric key, collect your code piece, and we'll go about notifying his next of kin, if we can ever find them. But let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Here's hoping we're not chasing a corpse.
It would at least be a speedier negotiation. But I, of course, hope the ambassador is alive and well.
Now, the embassy front door isn't an option, but our spies have stated there's a side entrance that should allow you access. Here. This device should get you all the way down to the embassy interior. Once you're inside, though, finding the ambassador is going to be up to you. And fair warning, we received a report that alarms might have been tripped inside the embassy during the attacks. Watch out for automated security in there.
Oh, I need to do both?
Would
Tell me about Ambassador Radcliffe.
The good Ambassador Radcliffe. She's a veteran of the Colony War, and her only goal in life is to make ours miserable.
It sounds as though I will enjoy this.
I was literally just
Now,
thinking that.
Officially, our office is suggesting you try and negotiate with her. Use your experiences as a member of the military and with the threat we're facing to convince her to lend her support. And who knows? Maybe that'll work. Stranger things have happened. But my suspicion is we're going to have to rely on other tools to get her code.
I think you're underestimating how delightful I am.
Huh. Well, if that's the case, I'll wait to be pleasantly surprised. But we do have
I'm delightful,
one item
chat.
up our sleeve. UC Intelligence has a recording device planted in the ambassador's living quarters, which we suspect you can use to your advantage. But getting caught trespassing is a quick way to land yourself in an embassy holding cell. So, if you are going to try and access
Nice of the game to let you lie.
you're going to need to find a way in there without being seen. Now, we recovered some intel we believe should be able to help with that. But there's also
It wasn't a lie.
disgruntled staff member you might be able to pump for information. Maybe even convince to work with you.
It's not a lie because lies are always marked. Square bracket lie, square bracket. That wasn't marked as a lie, so it's the truth. I am delightful. What can you tell me about this staff member?
Name's Cameron Long. He's younger than Ratcliffe, bears less of a grudge towards the UC. He works closely with the ambassador, making him a promising source for information on the ins and outs of embassy life, and someone who very likely hates her guts.
Any other things I should avoid doing inside the embassy?
Yes, many. Don't steal anything. Don't get caught anywhere you're not supposed to. Absolutely do not harm anyone. If something goes wrong, we'll do our best to smooth things over, but I can't make any promises.
You certainly make the light leave wherever you go. Really delightful. No, you don't understand. When I leave, I take the light with me. I am the light in every room I enter. And I just want to point out, whoops, that's the wrong button. I just want to point out, I have independent corroboration. I am a delight. That's all the info I need for the moment on Ambassador Ratcliffe.
All right. Here, your diplomatic ID. I'll give them a heads up you're on your way. Not likely to let you through the door otherwise. And take these. Chief Yassine wanted you to have some options on how to proceed in there. Now, if you have additional questions or require clearance for a new approach we haven't already discussed, don't hesitate to ask. I'd suggest you start with Ambassador Ratcliffe. Approach her while the attack is still fresh in her and her staff's mind. Be smart out there, Captain.
Volbeats just wants to eat me? I mean, he had his opportunity in Vegas, and I remain uneaten, so I don't think that theory holds. He needs me weakened. I am a 35-year-old retired paramedic with a bad back and Crohn's. How much weaker do I need to be? About medium rare.
Sergeant Yumi was looking for you. Sometimes he's good.
Ah, yes. They build a monument to the people they lost, but not the people they killed.
Bingo, Andreja.
I cannot help but notice that the Colony War Memorial is in direct line of sight of this embassy. I suspect that was very much intentional.
I fucking love how cynical Andreja is.
You our visitor? You'll find the ambassador at her office. Go on through.
Visitors are only allowed in the lobby, offices, or...
I wonder how many times one side or the other has threatened to close this embassy down over the years.
I love the music change. We're technically on Freestar soil now, so it turns into the cowboy theme.
And they still can't protect their own spaceport. The UC never fails to disappoint. I just wish I hadn't received the news from an SSNN broadcast. We have a strategic advantage to maintain, Mr. Long.
Of course, ma'am. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again.
Excuse me. Are you supposed to be in here?
You're allowed 3 places. Conference room, lobby, or the ambassador's office. You set foot...
That woman is an absolute... Oh, sorry. Oh, what? You're the Vanguard captain, right? You know, I was about to board the Nat to the spaceport when the alarm triggered. Sounds like I got real lucky. And like I've got you to thank for things not being a lot uglier.
You did get lucky. It was a war zone down there.
Well, then you have my earnest thanks. But look, they said you were coming here on official business. The ambassador likes to handle all that personally, even if she does have trained diplomats here to help her. And I don't want to get shipped back to Aquila City, so you should probably go speak to her.
See? Lie is marked lie. We're aware of your skills, Mr. Long. It's why the UC sent me to speak with you.
You were sent for me? Huh, maybe... Let's go somewhere to talk.
The other side of her office? Okay.
Not here, okay?
Oh, alright.
So you want me to work with you? But why now? Why me?
We need help preventing more terramorph attacks, and we're not expecting the ambassador's support.
No, I think that's a pretty safe assumption. And no other city should have to go through what happened here. So then, what would you need from me?
I need you to get me the ambassador's... Actually, you know what? Let me see if I can do this official first. You wait here. Madam Ambassador?
I'm sorry. Do you have an appointment?
You seem like a lady who wants to stop more terramorph attacks. Well, have I got a deal for you?
What are you? Ah, you're the one McIntyre called about. The eyewitness. She said you were at the spaceport. You have my thanks for what you did down there, truly. Saved many lives. Now, she also mentioned that, and maybe it was just a bad connection, that now the UC wants terramorph data from the Armistice archives, some of the most highly guarded information in the galaxy.
What's up,
In
Mateo?
order to protect us all. I can only presume you're here to tell me I misheard her and that they didn't send you, local hero, to futilely beg on their behalf. Tell me I've got that right.
No, they sent me Freestar Ranger. Nope, they sent me to beg. Please, please, pretty please.
Oh, stop. You're embarrassing yourself.
Yes, I would request the same. This is unpleasant to watch.
See, even your compatriot can't stomach such a sorry display.
I thought I was
Let me
being
be frank,
sarcastic.
Captain. The answer is no. That information is there because it is dangerous. I will not be the one responsible for its release. Now, why don't you quit wasting my time and yours and go?
Do you know what's the difference between Iron Man and Iron Woman? Well, there is no Iron Woman. There's Rescue, who is Pepper Potts in an Iron Man suit. Jesus Christ, Mateo. I'll persuade. Please, Ambassador, just listen to what I have to say.
You're really gonna push this? All right, I will give you one chance. One to convince me. Understood.
Thank you, Ambassador. Just hear me out.
I'm listening.
Be the person the galaxy needs, Ambassador.
I could be the hero here.
The Terramorph Xenoweapons project was a failure. That knowledge isn't dangerous.
You know that for sure. That is interesting. Well, Captain, you make some good points. But if I'm really granting
Get wrecked.
access, I'm gonna need the following.
No, I'm not going to read that out loud.
Your access will be limited. You can only take out the items related to stopping these terramorphs. The monitors will make sure of it. You go in once, you get everything you need on your trip, and never again. And all research done with the data will be monitored. If this data is being used to save the galaxy needs to be involved in the oversight. Freestar scientists
Nice.
will watch your people like hawks. So, do we have an agreement?
Brilliant self-purge. Agreed.
Excellent. Follow me.
Official business? Talk to the ambassador.
What did you miss? Don't worry about it. That's what you get for not paying attention.
They tell me it should only take a moment. And there. It's not supposed to be a long process. It is for emergencies, after all.
Sorry you went to the bathroom. I thought you were one of those mobile Andys.
Sorry. Everyone's a little on edge after the attack.
Because you are? Well, what's the point of watching on mobile if you're not gonna take it places? You ain't taking your phone to the bathroom? That's where I do most of my phoning. That's where I spend most of my time on phone apps. Yeah, I squat and surf.
Yes, exactly. It's like when someone insults you.
Don't do phoning mostly. If you do, then while you're in bed, 95% cases. Bro, I use Twitter while I'm taking a dump so often. If I decided to denote it, half of my tweets would contain the hashtag Twitter shitter. That's what I am. I'm a Twitter shitter. Don't even have Twitter app on your phone. You're probably happier for it.
It's so strange that now, for all reasons, is my first time inside this place.
You good?
The Great Serpent favors me to have put you in my path.
Look at her. She's so happy to see me.
I will be here for you, as always.
Mm-hmm. 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 Protect current user. Cancel. There. Okay. The f-
People would be proud to know it thrives.
I'm glad I brought Andreja for this. Why is this mannequin standing here?
Best not to leave anything.
You forgot it there? Ow! Fucking dick. Fucking asshole robots. This is going backwards. Ow. Open sesame. Huh? What? Oh God. Fuck you, robot. Demons? Oh, this basement.
So, what seems punishment becomes providence. A reminder we can never truly know the Great Serpent's designs for us. You have my thanks, and my apologies for the ordeal you just endured. Come, let us discuss.
Chef, what up?
Not the ideal introduction, I suppose, giving you a grand tour of the embassy via barely functioning intercoms. I do greatly appreciate your persistence. I suspect the Venom tree upstairs has worked itself into more systems than I'd realized. But then again, who could cage such a beauty? Eh? Tell me though, what is it like outside? I heard the broadcast mentioning an attack. Then the embassy was struck with a power surge and then silence. Has the rest of the city suffered quite so badly?
Just got home from the Halloween party that the ice cream was for. Your social battery ran out, so you went home. You know what? That is fair enough, but I hope you had fun before that. Did you say that thing pouring out clouds upstairs is called a venom tree? Is it poisonous?
Harmless spores, you have my word, but hard to navigate. Hence why I was guiding you through the intercoms to restore the environmental controls. And release me. It is the sap of the tree that gives it its... well, perhaps not a topic for this exact moment. But I must know of the rest of the city. Does it still stand?
Is that what happened here? A power surge?
I take it you didn't have such an experience where you were then, hmm? Yes,
Negative.
The entire embassy was thrown into lockdown, trapping me in my quarters, disabling the venom tree's filters, and arming the defenses. A disconcerting experience, to say the least. Was the rest of the city spared?
The spaceport is in rough shape, but not much else was damaged.
Is that right, huh? I shall need to have these repairs seen to sooner rather than later. Now, it cannot solely be the Serpent's grace that brought you and your friend here.
You need not maintain the facade, Kasric. She knows who I am. Who I actually am.
Quite the breach in protocol, Andreja. Something I look forward to discussing further. Once we've established why it is you to have come waltzing through my door uninvited. Now, the broadcast...
Unique dialogue if you bring Andreja. Yes!
A worrying occurrence.
I was waiting.
Coming here of all places, when all I could provide is some enthused cheerleading and... an archive code. So the UC requires information then. On terrormorphs, presumably, hmm? Do I see this all clearly?
Correct. We're going to use the data in the archives to better understand and stop these attacks. We're going to ensure something like this never happens again, and we need your code to do it.
The preservation of life stands as the very purpose of the archives. Using its data to prevent more attacks, there is logic there. But if I am to grant you access, I have a requirement. For years, House Varun has been known only as an agent of slaughter. We founded this embassy with hopes of shedding that legacy. With little success. In exchange for my code, I require this. You must be the one who ensures it is used for good. Ensure House Varun's legacy is more than just carnage. The knowledge you ask for isn't evil. No knowledge is. It is we who bend it to evil ends. Oh, you must assure me this will be used to save lives, not endanger them.
It just struck me. I just realized what this game's, like, New Game Plus reset reminds me of. Majora's Mask. Think about it. You go around, you do all these quests, you unshitty the world for people, and then you go back to the beginning, but everything doesn't stay unshittied. It's Majora's Mask without the time limit. Nice. It just dawned on me when he said, you know, improve House Varun's legacy, and then I realized, well, yeah, but when I go to the next universe, you know, House Varun's legacy is going to be shitty again. And click. That's why I like it. It reminds me of Majora's Mask. You have my word. I will make sure it's used for good.
You have my word as well. And you know that you can trust me.
Well then, I shall not fear. Please, follow me.
You didn't like that part of Majora's Mask, so it makes sense. I mean, it's inherent to time travel, right?
Let's hope it still works.
I'm just gonna go ahead and yoink these.
There. Let it be used for good.
It's inherent to backwards time travel. I mean, there is kind of an element of backwards time travel involved in stepping through the Unity. Andreja? Can I help you? I married that, chat. Did you fucking see the slide into the... Oh, fuck, I love this game.
The Great Serpent, guide your path.
She's attempting to teleport to the universe where you'd already unshittied everything. Well, I mean, that's gonna be this universe.
Will we all be so lucky next
You know,
time
Crimson
the
Fleet
archives
notwithstanding.
need to be accessed? Something to think on.
Is it bad that Andreja told me she's part of House Varun?
It is perhaps not my place to say. She has her own calling, as I have mine, but I assume that she, like most of our observers, was instructed to keep her history private. I would not even know of her myself were it not for the urgent need to pass on communications a year ago. She must trust you a great deal to have told you. I suggest you keep it to yourself, for both of your sakes.
I mean, I married her, so I hope she trusts me. So why'd the rest of the embassy staff leave? Where'd they go?
The affairs of House Varun are our own. They left. That is all there is to be said on the subject.
What's it been like, being from House Varun in New Atlantis?
It was tolerable, even pleasant, when my brethren were here in the embassy with me. We remade this place as best we could into a home we all would recognize. Our native flora, our iconography, our connection to the Serpent, they came with us. With my brethren gone, it has been trying. But the Great Serpent has always provided me a path in my darkest moments.
The Great Serpent. That's your god, right?
The Great Serpent is so much more than a god. It is fate itself. When our founder, Jinan Varun, left the United Colonies 140 years ago for distant stars, it was the Serpent that compelled him to found his now great house. The Serpent made us who we are today. Its voice speaks to us, shepherding us through the dark, and infuses our lives with the meaning the universe so often fails to provide.
Why'd you stay behind?
House Varun committed itself to the armistice. This was said at the time to be the desire of the Great Serpent, and I do not believe the Serpent decides such things on a whim. So, when my brethren left, I remained, honoring the Serpent's will as I saw fit, as is the right of all his followers.
Well, all right. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. You know, I'm really happy this ambassador is the way he is. Because the Varun zealots are kind of portrayed as, you know, evil. which reflects badly on House Varun as a whole. So they easily could have made him like some super dark, edgy dude, but nah, he's just a guy. He's just a guy. I like that. Oh god, what's this? Thank you, Mateo. Like seeing some decent House Varun folks? I agree. You know, decent House Varun folks who aren't the sexy girl the developers want you to romance. You know what I mean? Yes, I know you don't mind her at all. Your, thing for girls who are maybe a little bit not definitely great for you has been well established. You like cold, emotionally unavailable women. Yes. I mean, I'm glad you said it. The difference between Andreja and the cold, emotionally unavailable women you've pursued, other than, you know, they're real and she's fictional, is that she eventually opened up. And by the way, this isn't a women thing. I'm saying women because Chef is interested exclusively in women. I mean, as far as I know. I've known Chef a long time and he's never indicated he's into dudes too, so I'm hazarding a guess. Not a fan of the penis. Gotcha. I empathize. Hell, I don't like my own penis half the time. Fanny fan. Wow, Del. That's incredibly problematic in so many ways.
Just doesn't add up. Spaceport has anti-Xeno protocols. How the hell is
Yes, Chef is a lady parts enjoyer.
Captain, you're back sooner than... Oh, wait. Did you actually succeed?
Yep.
With Radcliffe? And Balmore?
Yep.
We're all in agreement.
Yep. Code pieces from House Varun and the Freestar collected and ready to be deployed.
So the old man was still lurking around in there.
Yep.
Fine work, Captain. And now, I've already arranged everything with the archival monitors. When you get down there, the UC monitor will give you instructions on how to deploy the codes. Follow them to the letter. Here, the UC code piece and an archival access card. The entrance is just on the other side of the plaza across from Mast. Absolute best behavior down there, all right?
Specifically a fan of women emotionally incapable of loving you back. Really does it for you.
Hey.
Chat GPT might help with women? I doubt it. Or with relationships in general. You were lucky enough to be super handsome, super intelligent, very charismatic, caring, and funny. Modest as well, of course. Well, aren't you just God's gift to the human race, Mateo?
On the record? What response?
I'm told by top officials the captain already has a plan in place to open the Armistice archives.
Unless that archive's full of ordnance, it's not enough.
I see. Well, thank you for taking the time.
Hey, publish what I said, all right? Something needs to be done.
Oh, I'm as concerned as you are. Thank you again for speaking with me.
Given now you made yourself fair. You were fortunate enough to learn self-awareness to spare women the experience of talking to you. Oh my god, Murloc, that's the most depressing thing I've ever read.
Is New Atlantis ever really going to be safe?
Also, same. Maybe it's a defeatist attitude, but I usually just go ahead and assume they don't want to talk to me.
Captain, we've been expecting you. Please approach the monitoring station and we will go over the rules. Welcome, Captain, to the archives. To proceed, you will need to deposit your codes into the 3 corresponding receptacles. Once they are verified, I will open the door. Your data resides in Unit 18. You will not be able to access any of the other units. Once you've collected your data, return to the entrance. You may insert the first of the archival codes when you're ready to begin.
Insert.
You may proceed, Captain.
Oh, I can't access any other units. Like, I knew she said I wouldn't be able to, but it'd be funny if you could try to and they just mow you down. This facility is governed under interfactional treaty regulation. Illicit actions or behavior will be punished to the fullest extent of the law. Andresia, are you moonwalking again? I mean, you're astronauts. Along with the invention of the grav jump came every citizen's right to moonwalk whenever they damn well please. I mean, fair. I don't think Luna is restricted space. I mean, I just flew there. And I took a picture sitting on a couch with Sarah. Space couch! Game looks better now, you'd change the UI more, and you'd call this game done. I'm fine with the UI.
Who made that ship of yours?
But then again, I did mod it to make it more PC friendly, because it's definitely built for console.
Deputy told me what went down. Impressive work.
I would also implement DLSS 3 and FSR 3, Bethesda.
Time for us to start getting some real answers. And figure out if we've been asking the right questions. So whenever you're ready.
Did I know that in Endless Ocean 2 Adventures of the Deep, you can teach dolphins/orcas moonwalk on their tail? I did not. I made someone a promise, Hadrian. Can you assure me this data will be used for good?
Yes. It will be. Percival and I have done our damage. This is us starting to put some things right. So with the data out of the way, we've been discussing where exactly this work's getting done. The Red Devil's headquarters on Mars, back where you found Percival, seemed the natural spot. Already has the equipment, the safety measures. Though it sounded like the deputy had a few more things she needed to discuss with you first.
Indeed. The most important of which is getting you your citizenship.
Then I guess we'll see you on Mars.
Captain, if you'll follow me.
I'ma be a citizen! If you shake the Wii remote right and hard enough, it gets up to distances of 30 meters. Ah yes, the classic Wiimote waggle.
Okay. Hello.
Mateo, as a big fan of that game, does it delight you to know that the Wii emulator is called Dolphin? As a matter of fact, you can go online and pick up a dolphin bar and even use a Wiimote with it.
All right, Captain. Are you ready to become a citizen of the United Colonies?
This doesn't mean I can't be a citizen elsewhere, does it?
It doesn't. We don't really care where else you might have been or might become a citizen. Once you earn your place in the United Colonies, it's yours.
I'm ready.
Good. This isn't the only item we need to discuss, so I'll give you the short version. Please raise your hand. Captain, through your actions today and in days past, you have earned
Her
your
hair
place
looks
among the
dumb.
United Colonies.
It does.
Service, bravery, strength, and upholding of the mutual good. Will you carry and cultivate these values for as long as you remain a citizen?
I will. I really gotta do all that? I will.
Then, Captain, I'm pleased to welcome you into the United Colonies as a full citizen. Here, your official ID and your citizenship dispensation. We've also let the Aphelion Realty office out in the plaza know you're approved to purchase property. Now, the other item we needed to discuss. There's a member of the UC
I'm doing
who's
my
asked
part.
to speak to you, but this person is in a sensitive position. Normally, we wouldn't even consider something like this, but we think this person has information that could prove useful in dealing with the Terramorphs. And they've stated they'll only share it with you. They asked for you by name. So
Interesting.
I need your agreement that everything you're about to see is kept in the strictest confidence. You can tell no one. Can you agree to these terms?
Ask for me by name? Who are you talking about?
I'm sorry. I can't share any more without your word. Do I have it?
I'll take it to my grave.
Let's hope it never comes to that.
Wish this game
Into
had
the
more
elevator.
hair clothes
You're going to
options.
Subsection 7. I'll make sure you're cleared for access by the time you get there.
I mean, to be fair, it is the most detailed character creator ever in a Bethesda game. Which isn't saying much in comparison to what you can do in some other games, but still. And yeah, of course, modders will add more hair options, like they did with Skyrim. Probably already have. Let's find out. By the way, I just want to say, I love what I'm seeing. This is the Nexus mod page for different games. Of course, Skyrim Special Edition and Skyrim are number 1 and 2. But Cyberpunk's already up to number 7. And Starfield's on its way up too. You love to see it. Alright, let me see. Hair. Oh dear God. Yeah, I can't show this on stream, but let me assure you there are hair mods. Is it for the other end? Some of them are. Among other things.
Are we at all surprised that the UC has such a massive space dedicated to secrets?
But there are no additional visitors permitted. Your friend's gonna have to wait out here.
I would move the stars for you. But I hope it does not. Do not have all the fun without me.
God, I love her. Giggity reminds you to get Starfield mods. Type !mods to see all my mod lists. There's a table of contents there that'll take you right to Starfield. So you can see what mods I'm currently using. Modders are so fucking horny, dude. End up having adult content turned off so there isn't porn in every search. Chooses not to, but would be capable of doing so. Oh, I thought you were talking about looking at the mod list. You're talking about you want a woman who could kill you, but chooses not to. Got it.
President Abeyo was kind enough to give me a few files to peruse. Quite the series of accomplishments you've managed.
In this universe.
Face a foe unlike any other. An invisible enemy lurking in the shadows. You're going to need all the help you can get, which is why I hoped we could speak. Do you know who I am?
In your sleep, for instance, yeah. You look so familiar. You were in a movie or something, I know it.
Not quite. I'm Francois Fanon.
Wait.
Most know me as Victus. I was an admiral during the Colony War. One of its
Aren't you dead?
villains, if you believe the slates. I was to be executed for my crimes, but the previous regime deemed me too discard. So they put me here. A sacrifice on the altar of peace. Even my death served the colonies.
The UC faked your death then?
One final act of rebellion by the leadership that lost the colony war. The trial was authentic. I faced tribunal with dignity. But my execution, staged. A lethal injection that was anything but. The cabinet at the time, long gone now, wished to keep me on as an advisor. And considering the other option, I was in no place to refuse. So I elected to trade my freedom for my continued existence. But such is the life of a soldier.
Dude, the Freestar Collective would lose their shit if they knew this man was still drawing air. My god, the UC has been lying all this time. You know, the more I experience of them, the more I think the UC is just like complete shit. Like, this place sucks.
Captain, please. There are no clean hands in galactic politics. We all do what we must to keep ourselves safe.
Guy feels like he would eat your kidneys with some fava beans. Yeah, and a nice Chianti, right?
Additional terramorph attacks. An effort you and my progeny Hadrian have already made impressive progress on. And I'd like to help. Though I am curious. Has she shared with you the nature of our little family?
He's got that energy, though, does he not? What, psychopath? Yes.
Did she? So willing to trust Hadrian. I never did succeed in driving that out of her. Our relationship has always been a challenging one. The Major was born
Yeah,
to become
psychopath, like definitionally.
on the legacy I established, and was given all the finest training to support it. And she excelled. But the universe cut all that short. Now, though, it's placed even more crucial work in front of the two of you. And I think I have a part to play in helping you accomplish what you've set out to do.
Yeah, not the common parlance, but the medical definition of psychopathy. Hadrian and I are doing just fine on our own.
I'd ask you at least hear me out. After some long years earning the trust of this current regime, the UC has been permitting me to work alongside one of their recovery teams, helping them gather intelligence on, locate, and organize scenarios to lure in some of the criminals that evaded justice after the colony war. With quite a few successes, I might add. But in the process, I managed to find something else. The names and locations of Hadrian and Percival's old research team. Valuable manpower for the effort you're about to embark on. I'll tell you where they are, but in exchange, I need something dealt with.
UC seems a lot like the UNSC. Good guys on the surface, actually kind of a shit regime. Bingo. UC seems like they suck. Freestar for life. Don't even mind the cowboy aesthetic. I'm not a fan of the cowboy aesthetic, but ideologically, I'm definitely Freestar leaning. Freestar adjacent. Just spit out what it is you want.
Gladly. There is a former colleague of mine, a man by the name of Dr. Reginald Orlaise. Like myself and Hadrian, he was involved in some of the United Colony's more problematic lines of research. Mech weapons were his specialty.
Let me guess, you want me to unalive him?
He could make a deal more. When the colony war ended, he fled, refusing to face tribunal, and has continued to peddle his skills to the highest bidder to this day. But I finally found him. I want you to track him down and deal with him. however you're able. I'm not expecting he'll come quietly. Bring me evidence that the job's done, and I'll tell you what I know.
How do I know you're not asking me to kill an innocent man?
Speak to Deputy McIntyre. I'm sure she'd be happy to hear that someone might be tying up this loose end at long last. Though I would ask you, do not make the mistake of confusing me for a simple cutthroat.
How about I arrest him and turn him over to the UC?
You can certainly try, but the man's been out there 20 years. He's likely gone feral by now. Easier for all if you simply blow up his ship and be done with it.
I'm not killing anyone, but if he's actually as bad as you claim, I'll consider bringing him to justice.
If that's what you require to sleep at night, so be it. According to my information, he's been hiding around the world of Etheria, Wolf System. There's a star station in the vicinity, the Den. The head of the local vanguard, one Captain Marquez, should be able to help you find our man.
Identity verified. You may proceed to the exit.
Oh, Andreja, have I got a story to tell you.
You need something, dearest?
Let's get moving.
I will watch your back.
Got bored of Starfield too soon to explore the Freestar Collective or any other faction? I have no idea how that's even possible. This is more interesting than
Kill for a cup of
anything else that's come out this year, except for Phantom Liberty. IMO.
Captain, did your meeting go well? I hope it's clear now why we needed you to agree to all the secrecy.
There's an executed war criminal in your basement.
Captain, please, keep your voice down.
The situation with the prisoner is a complex one. A holdover from a different era. But it's a situation we've been managing as discreetly and humanely as we can for some time now. And the most critical part of that management is making sure no one else learns of it. Do I make myself clear?
The Freestar Collective at least should be told about this.
No, they really shouldn't. And bringing up what you've learned outside this building will make you, Captain, look like a crazy person. I don't want that, and you certainly don't want that. So you need to keep this to yourself. Now, was there something in particular you wanted to discuss about your meeting?
Oh, really? Really? Are you forgetting, or maybe you're not aware, that I'm Starborn? I will level this building to the ground and drag him by the scruff of his neck to Aquila City, plop him down in front of the main building there, and be like, here you go. Fucking dickhead. The prisoner asked me to deal with Dr. Orlays. Figured you and I should discuss.
Dr. Reginald Orlays? He's finally found him. Of course, killing Orlays is completely out of the question. But bringing him to justice... He's been on the lam for years. That'd be a huge win for the UC. What's being offered in return?
Wait, are you actually considering this?
Allowing you to kill someone on behalf of the prisoner? Absolutely not. But taking the chance to bring a known criminal to justice? Well, the old man's been right more than a few times in the past. So, what's being put on the table here?
The location of Hadrian's old research team members.
Really? He found the members of the research team. We'd already initiated a search for them, but it'd save a lot of time and manpower if he just gave us that information. Captain, if that's the deal, you have my endorsement. Just so long as you make every effort to bring the man in alive. Now, was there anything else you wanted to discuss regarding your meeting?
I'm supposed to head to the den. Anything you can tell me about it? What are the chances I'm being lured into a trap? I don't know if I'd call it a space revolver, but I've definitely seen revolvers. I don't know, the Firefly aesthetic is kind of low-tech for my taste.
Trusting the man downstairs would be a mistake, but I don't think you need to be too concerned. This is far from the first name he's handed over, and all previous missions went off largely without a hitch. So while I'd certainly warrant caution, I think you can proceed.
I'm supposed to head to the den. Anything you can tell me about it?
The den? It's a star station, orbiting Wolf, the second star station actually to bear that title. The first one was blown to smithereens by House Varun during the Serpent's Crusade. The place has always acted as a remote strategic hub, primarily for repairing and refueling UC military vessels. But because of its distance from the rest of the UC, things there have always been a little more lax. Patrols included. I can think of worse places in the galaxy for a criminal to hide out.
Didn't have anything else to discuss.
And I'll bid you good day, Captain, and remind you of the importance of discretion.
Can you take a shower for no apparent reason in this game? I don't believe so.
Yes.
Because in Endless Ocean 2 Adventures of the Deep, you can. You can in Cyberpunk too. Can you pet a dog in this game? I think dogs are extinct. What the fuck are you doing?
If it belongs on your ship, then I know we're safe now, but I'm still a little jittery. Can't help but worry about more of those things attacking.
Don't worry. You're safe now.
Oh, please, take a look.
Do you have... You don't have... You do have... You have a med pack. Okay. Here, have some shrimp. I love how the Freestar Deputy badge is marked with a garbage can.
Thanks for coming in.
Oh, that's funny. What the fuck? Oh, I thought... I thought she was bent over backwards. Like some exorcist shit.
You will be scanned as you enter the city.
Kind of power. I'm glad it is in your hands.
People complaining about oxygen just need to unlock personal atmosphere. Alright, I think... Is this a revolver? Yeah, this is a revolver. To Wolf. I assume this is Wolf 359. Wonder if your Wii still works? One way to find out.
This station is but a shadow of its former purpose. I do not like it here.
Yeah, this place is kind of a shithole, huh?
Hey there.
Hello.
Look who's back. You got something quick? Kinda busy at the moment.
Reginald Orlays. I heard you might know him.
Orlays. Doesn't ring a bell. Anything you can tell me about him?
He's a former UC scientist wanted for war crimes.
Seriously? Out here? Surprised they didn't send out a general notice he's in town. Though, I guess there's less a chance he bolts if they keep it hush. But I expect we would have heard something... Wait... The Warlock! There's been rumor of a ship out there for years now. Doesn't respond to hails, never docks. More than a few amateur investigators have tried to find it. And at least 2 never came back. Aetherius debris fields are plenty dangerous if you're not used to flying in them. But if you're suggesting it might not have been the fields that got them, well, I can give you the coordinates of the Warlock's last sighting. Can't think of a better spot your Orlays might be hiding.
What's so dangerous about that part of Aetheria's orbit?
Well, the original dense star station was destroyed decades ago during the Serpent's Crusade by marauding House Varun zealots. Big part of the remains from those battles ended up gathering around Etheria, forming a nasty debris field. Every now and then, some headstrong scrapper comes limping back because they hit an 80-year-old mine. Or sometimes they don't come back at all. Though, maybe it's not just the field that's been picking them off.
What else can you tell me about the Warlock?
I mean, I honestly thought it was just a story board haulers told to amuse each other. But if the pilot of the Warlock really has been dusting our people, well, hopefully you're about to make our skies a whole lot safer.
I'll take those coordinates.
Sure thing. Here, this should get you pointed in the right direction. Go get your man.
Any adventure you can fly away from. Is that how the saying goes?
Not paying $45 for a new Wiimote? Just rebind the controls. I played Super Mario Galaxy. On my Steam Deck without a Wiimote. Controls all rebound just fine. Almost as if the Wii's motion controls were a stupid gimmick that never needed to exist. That motherfucker just rammed me. Got him.
I will not die in a cage.
Full guy's keyboard attached to a GameCube controller.
I lost everything because of the UC. They will get no more.
No, I just did it with the Steam Deck controls and back buttons. Why am I getting tutorials again? Well, I tried.
Be scanned as you enter the city. Please keep moving. Okay, no bounty. You're clear.
My day is suddenly much improved. How about that?
Another day, another credit.
Sorry about that. I had to take my meds real quick. So my asshole doesn't explode.
Authorized personnel only. Your friend has to stay here.
Ugh. Fine. I will wait here. You go on.
Sorry, honey.
My favorite person.
Friend has to stay here.
some news for me regarding Dr. Olays?
I tried to bring him in, but he took his own life.
I'm not surprised. The man fled every consequence he ever faced. Of course, you don't expect me to just take you at your word, do you?
I found this, his ID.
Excellent. Please, deposit it in the transfer system.
Transfer accepted.
Would you look at that? Kept it all these years. Some simply couldn't let go of that old world. This is fine work, Captain. I can ensure the remaining team members find their way to the Red Devil's headquarters. Except for one. That one you'll need to collect yourself. His name is Kaiser. You can find him on the Freestar world of Nira, wandering the battlefield there. The area was ground zero for xeno-weapon deployments during the war, so I would arm yourself appropriately. And I think you'll want to check in with Hadrian and Dr. Walker before paying it a visit. Kaiser will likely have security protocols you'll need their help to overcome.
Security protocols? Why are you helping us with this?
I dedicated my life to the United Colonies. Every effort of my being to their protection. I even gave them my heirs. Even if my circumstances have changed, my purpose has not.
This better be worth it.
You're saving the galaxy, Captain. What tool wouldn't you use to protect it?
Wait, who gave me money? Whatever, I won't question it. Let's go, Andreja.
Hello, love.
Let's get moving.
Yes, good. Let's go. There is no one I would rather see right now.
Had the hour change tonight, so for you it's as if you were later than it actually is. Gotta go to bed. Alright, Mateo. Have a good night. Wait, is it daylight savings time? That's November 5th, alright. I guess they do it at a different time in Italy.
Of this shit comforting.
Good night, Mateo. Thanks for hanging out. Hey, yo.
Captain, welcome back. Was afraid you might have gotten reassigned. You've been gone so long. So how's it feel to be a citizen?
I'm not thrilled associating with a group like the United Colonies.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way. UC's certainly got its fair share of skeletons. Present company included, I suppose.
That makes two of us.
But it is real good to have you here again. We've been going through the Terramorph data and, well, we're gonna need all the help we can get. These logs, they're even more thorough than I remembered. Genetic workups, population statistics, hell, even their food chain. I'd completely forgotten, for example, that there was a creature that actually ate Terramorphs. At this point, the data's given us more options to explore than we have people to work on them.
Well, then you're gonna love this. What the heck kind of monster eats Terramorphs?
Well, 8. They went extinct a few decades back. A big lumbering thing called an Aceles. Something I'd love to learn more about, if we had the people to look into it.
Well, then you're gonna love this. Your research team's on its way here.
That'd be something, wouldn't... I'm sorry, are you? You're serious?
Yep.
You found our research team?
Yep. It was me.
Incredible.
Definitely me.
That accelerates everything. With them back,
Not your father who's secretly still alive or anything.
Kaiser. Did you find Kaiser?
What is it that's so special about this Kaiser?
Well, Kaiser's one of a kind. Special built for the sort of work we did. Dealing with unfriendly beasts in hostile environments. No other robot in the galaxy like him. So did you really manage to track him down?
He's my next stop, but I was told I'd need your help overcoming his security protocols.
That's right. You would need that. Whoever gave you these leads sure knew their stuff. Well, how? How exactly did you manage to find them? That's not funny. Seriously, how'd you find them? No. That's insane. He died. They executed him. They faked his death? My entire unit, they threw us all to the wolves, but kept him? And now he's what? An advisor? Commanding the fleet in secret? What was so important that they had to keep him alive?
They're using him to track down criminals from the Colony War.
Oh, they certainly picked an expert, didn't they?
Victus. Alive after all this time.
Oh yeah, you weren't in the room.
His use to anyone is irrelevant. He should have been executed for his crimes, as they claim to have done in the first place.
I guess it makes sense though, doesn't it? The UC of that era only created me because they were afraid of a world without Victus in command. Why would they get rid of him? As long as I live, I'll never understand the loyalty that old bastard elicited.
I don't know, he's kind of charming in a creepy serial killer kind of way.
Same mistake the UC made. Ignoring all the red flags. Because the UC, they did a lot of terrible things for that man. But even knowing they did, knowing that they kept him alive all this time, you know what I feel right now?
Righteous anger?
It's hope.
What?
I had no one when I was outside the UC. No Red Devils, no family. But that old world, where I was no one and my father mattered, that's gone. Thanks to what you and I have done, I have a place again. A purpose. But it's finally one I can be proud of. You and I, we're getting to change what the UC stands for. So I don't care if Victus is alive or dead. He can rot for all I care. We're the ones who are making the settled systems and the UC better.
So you're really willing to trust the UC after all they've done?
No, but I am willing to try and make them a place we can be proud of. The UC that kept my father alive, that threw me out, those people aren't in charge anymore. And the ones that are, well, they're giving us a chance. It's up to us to do something with it.
You're handling this a lot better than I expected.
I refuse to let that man define my entire life. Not anymore. Because there's nothing we can do about past choices. What we can do is try and make the right ones now. So, let's get back to the business at hand. Now, my father just handing over the information on the research team and Kaiser out of the clear blue, I can't say I trust it. But if he has something to gain from helping us prevent terramorph attacks, I'm not seeing it. So while you'll absolutely want to be cautious, what would you think about trying to bring back Kaiser?
I'll track down Kaiser.
I think it's the right call. But if Kaiser has been out wandering on his own for all this time, you're gonna need a couple things.
Still don't understand daylight savings time? That's because it doesn't actually make any sense. Only the government could think that you could cut the top off a blanket and sew it to the bottom and end up with a longer blanket.
I know it's here somewhere. Here, Kaiser schematics. Actuators, weapons, batteries. That old robot's been MIA for a while, so chances are he's gonna need some repairs. He's also got a lock on his voice controls. You can give yourself authorization with the phrase, Nos belli machinis. Now, where exactly is the old machine?
Freestar territory, wandering a battlefield on a world called Nira.
A battlefield? On Nira? Ugh, sheesh. No wonder no one's found him. That sector of Nira was destination #1 for xenoweapons during the war. Add to that general environmental devastation and the kind of lawlessness that comes with any Freestar world, and that planet's got more than enough ways to make a visit your last. But I think there's a place where you can start your search. Yep. One-of-a-kind salvage. Licensed to an Angelo Alonso. Goes by Gel. As good a place to start as any.
What else can you tell me about Nira?
The Colony War saw a lot of hard fighting, but Nira got it the worst. Everything the Freestar Collective and UC could muster, ground troops, xenoweapons, mechs, was hurled into the fray. Both sides hoped something would decisively turn the tide, but it never did. When the war finally ended, swaths of that world were so devastated they were effectively abandoned. So what Kaiser's doing there of all places, I can only guess at.
Why is Kaiser so valuable to stopping the terramorphs?
Kaiser lets us do field work with a level of precision that there's really no other way to accomplish. More than a few of the options we're looking into. Detectors to uncover the terramorph transmission method, or crafting a targeted biological agent. They require highly specific materials to test against. And asking a group of Marines to accompany us for that kind of work, well, it usually ended up with ruined samples and wounded teammates.
All right, I'm off to Nira.
And I'll make sure we're ready to put them to use as soon as you've got them.
back in our own ship.
Vetoed daylight savings time to only certain groups of people or jobs that require it. There is no job that requires it. Just change your work hours. Can you imagine how fucked up it would be to have a subsection of the population with different clocks than our own? That would get even more confusing than the system we have now. Space couch.
It is impossible to imagine what this looked like before the Colony War. What a waste.
Oh, they were shooting the leech thing. Hi.
Hey! New model on the floor. Welcome to the one-of-a-kind. Refuge and rest home for the hardest scrappers anywhere. Name's Jill. Proprietor.
I'm here to recover a robot and goes by the name Kaiser.
Not here to make your fortune out in the fields then, huh? Suit yourself. But there's no bot named Kaiser around. Oh, unless you mean Captain Ahab? At least, that's what we've all been calling him. No clue what his actual designation is, since he's got some sort of security protocol that prevents inquiries and general chit-chat. But he's a
Sounds like him.
bot, right? Yeah, that machine's been out there a while now, hunting this one siren, his white whale. But it's been a while since anyone's laid eyes on Captain Ahab, though. Maybe he finally got the thing. Or it got him.
Not Ahab, Kaiser. What's a siren?
Nasty kind of alien left behind after the Colony War. Pretty much blind. Original ones brought to Nera were all xeno-weapons. But those critters have long since passed. But they left behind more than enough untrained babies to keep the fields plenty interesting.
That could be him. The robot I'm looking for worked with the United Colonies Xeno Warfare team.
That's where I recognize that insignia. Red Devils. Yeah, Ahab's definitely your bot. So, sounds like you've got two options. You can wander around out there, hunting your bot, little old white whale of your very own. Maybe you find him. Maybe you get yourself killed. But knowing this rock is part of what we do here. So if you want to find him a whole lot faster, I'll sell you what I know about this. Kaiser's location. Going rate's a little steep, but I'm willing to negotiate.
I'm sure we can work something out here.
I'm listening.
Why am I getting tutorials again? This is weird. What I'm asking for is completely reasonable.
Huh. That makes a lot of sense. Now that I think about it.
Look, I get it. You've got your orders. I've got mine.
Yeah, I hope so. Okay. You made your point. I'll give you a discount.
That robot might be the key to stopping terramorph attacks across the galaxy.
I mean, great for him, but that won't keep acetylene in our tanks. And honestly, would you be able to tell if a terramorph was attacking outside? Sorry.
Fine here, just tell me where he is.
Pleasure doing business with you. So, last anyone heard of him, he was out near the Syracuse, shipwreck about a quarter click down the main strip. One of my roughnecks said he heard some kind of beacon. Just keep your ears open. You should find your machine. Eyes open too. Sirens and ecliptic out there, and neither takes prisoners. Oh, and corpse retrieval is not included in this transaction, so now you know. Give Ahab a Kaiser our best.
It's good that something of value can come from those old mechs. So quickly they come apart in the end.
Now how do we get in? Ow! Ah, here we go.
Biological contaminant detected. Destroy infestation. Biological contamination.
Well, this has certainly seen better days.
Password required.
Baweeb Grana Weep Ninny Bong. Yes! Yes! That right there is a reference to the original 1986 Transformers the movie. The universal greeting. This is the best game.
Incorrect. Password required. Voice. Controls. Unlocked.
Starfield is better than the things you like.
Attempting to. Error. Power. Level. Insufficient. Battery required. Type. Microcell. Inquire at. Salvage yard.
Okay. Oh, that made my fucking day.
In need of materials? Or just here to have a drink and enjoy the views?
I was told you might have a microcell.
Ah, so that's where your machine's been. Ran out of juice. Heat leeches, wasn't it? Those little stowaways are everywhere on this rock. Suck the power out of a pen light if you let them. But a microcell, that's military-grade tech. I think we might have one, but I can promise you, it's not going to be cheap. You could probably Frankenstein one together using our fabrication system here, but only if you had some quality schematics. So, I just brace for a little sticker shock.
Show me what you got for sale.
All legal, I swear.
I could take some digipics. That wasn't that expensive. $11,000 for one cell. I mean, I'm getting like 14,000 per quest as a reward at this point, so I don't really care, and I don't spend it on anything except med packs and ammo.
Battery accepted. Operational power levels restored. Analyzing. Residual damage detected. Impact shielding. Visual systems. Damage within acceptable limits. Thank you for your aid. I must resume my mission. Please step aside.
Your mission just got superseded. Major Hadrian Senon wants you back.
Major Senon will have to wait. I cannot leave my mission. Although previous attempts to disarm the weapon have been unsuccessful, additional support may allow me to complete my active mission more quickly, allowing me to leave this place.
Kaiser, the galaxy is at risk here. That takes precedent over whatever your current mission is.
Request denied. My current mission requires completion. Will you provide support?
Tell me about this mission first.
My mission is the disarmament of Unit XW-99. Designation, Siren. Nearest final active Xeno weapon, 99 has proven a far more formidable adversary than its peers. Will you aid me with disarmament?
If that's the only way I can get you to come with me, fine, let's go.
Follow me. Mind your step. As you have no doubt witnessed, this region can be hazardous to organics.
Come then. Meet your death.
You are such a gift. Your enemies might disagree.
Take your best shot.
Once again, we are triumphant.
I am detecting Unit 99. But there is a complication. Unit 99 is on the other side of that reach. But it appears to be under the control of hostile forces.
Ecliptics.
Sensors suggest Ecliptic, a mercenary company like Ecliptic, would only want Unit 99 to utilize it as a weapon. This means Unit 99 must be disarmed immediately. Standard procedure would be a frontal assault on the outpost. No quarter given. Do you concur?
Frontal assault sounds good to me. Let's go clean house.
Simple and straightforward. A good choice.
Moving out.
To what do I owe this pleasure?
Detection event registered. Initiating enemy search.
Final warning. Leave now or I open fire. You figured it out?
Oh my god.
Let's see if this thing still fights. Release the weapon.
To the train, boy.
That's a weird way to put it, but sure.
Our work here is finished. Now, what is this mission you spoke of? Major Sanan is involved?
We've reunited part of the Xenoweapons team, but we're fighting against aliens, not with them. Hadrian and I want your help preventing a possible plague of terramorph attacks.
A plague of terramorph attacks. That is disconcerting. You are docked at one of a kind. I will meet you there.
I want to see if he actually goes to the ship. For all that bulk he really hauls. Yeah, the robots in this game are surprisingly agile for how big they are.
One man's junk? There is so much junk. It is difficult to recall how that goes.
One man's trash is another man's treasure, Andreja. God damn, he's fast as fuck.
What might be found in salvage yards?
Fast as fuck, boy. Exactly. Proceed. I don't know, if I was Gel, I'd be a little concerned that a robot just comes charging through my facility and out the other side. You know what I mean?
Do not worry. I will be prepared to lift off.
Okay.
Will we be taking off immediately, or are there other matters that require your attention?
Pity. He doesn't appear to be in here. That's alright. They probably didn't want to figure out a place for him on every single ship. Although I suppose they did it for Vasco, so... I don't know. It's not important.
We have arrived. I will meet you inside the facility.
Probably in your cargo hold. Yeah, that's fair.
I can't believe it.
Major Sanon, Dr. Walker.
You're in better shape than I expected, Kaiser. Shouldn't take us long to get you back up to full fighting capacity.
This is good to hear. I was told there was a new threat on the horizon. I wish to learn more.
Percival will give you the full story.
Plus, get you dressed for the occasion.
Occasion? Where are we going?
Londinian.
Londinian, Doctor. I will require additional armaments.
That's the plan. Come on.
Captain, you're with me. Time to walk you through what we came up with. So the problem we're up against is vast. Terramorphs, they can be anywhere. Meaning us finding and disposing of them ourselves isn't an option. But what if we could let something else do the work for us? Come on. I'll walk you through what we're thinking.
Pardon?
You want to clone the things that ate them.
You remember that creature we talked about before you went to Nira? The thing that eats terramorphs, the Asylees?
I remember, sure.
Apparently, they were bloodhounds for terramorphs. But when the UC ran low on synthetic foods during the Colony War, the Asylees were chosen to fill in the gaps. We thought they were harvested to extinction. But in the data, the research team found the location of a few remaining specimens. As you can see,
oh damn!
What we're proposing is bringing them back. We'd breed populations of them, distribute them to human worlds, and then let nature take its course, using a method that thousands of years of adaptation have already perfected. We could speed up their breeding process using some of the same technologies that were used to create me. We even think that with some time and investigation, we could use the Asylees' hunting skills to track down the terramorph transmission method at long last. Find out how humanity spread them and put an end to the terramorph problem definitively.
Are these Asylees things dangerous?
If you pick a fight with one, or you're a terramorph, sure. But Asylees were already spread across the galaxy once before during the Colony War. As livestock, they're far less of a danger than the one we're proposing to clean up.
Using aliens to our own ends. Sounds like the Xeno warfare team all over again.
I suppose that's a fair comparison. Except that this time, we'd be protecting human lives, not ending them. Now, there is another option for removing the terramorphs from our worlds. It's faster, maybe even more efficient, but riskier. A microbe. Something we could aerosolize, let spread, and have it clean up anything with terramorph DNA for us, which would include morphs, and we expect their transmission method. It'd still take time to build, test, and distribute, but no other method could hold a candle to it when it comes to sheer efficiency. Not even the Asylees.
What kind of risks are there with this microbe?
Percival assures me that they're minimal. He'll be able to encode safeguards against mutation in the agent's genetics, so that they stick to the task of cleaning up terramorphs. But the microscopic world has a tendency to behave in ways you can't always predict. So to say there's zero risk would be a lie.
And who exactly is going to be doing all this work, dispersing the microbe or the Asylees?
Well, that's still not 100%. But it sounds like the Vanguard will actually be picking up a fair bit of it. But there's no sense in hammering down those sorts of details before we've made a decision on which route we're taking.
let's discuss how we make these plans a reality.
Well, so that's tricky. Both plans are going to take major investments in time and resources. We're talking years of work, not to mention some highly specialized materials. Terramorph cell lines we can breed quickly and consistently to test on. Seeley's gene samples we can use to rebuild their bloodlines. Or sharpen our microbes tracking skills. Not the sort of things any labs just got lying around. But we think we found a lead. One place in the known galaxy where we know we should be able to find all the materials we need. All paths lead to Londinian.
Then let's not waste any more time. Londinian, here we come. Are we even allowed on Londinian?
It's certainly not encouraged, but the UC's given their sign-off for this excursion. This trip is all above board.
Londinian had an Asili's population?
It was the central hub for Asili's processing during the Colony War. But, and this part's exciting, the Terramorph data suggests Asili's were first found there. The planet it's on, Toliman 2, was their homeworld. Meaning, there's a very good chance their prey, the Terramorphs, came from that same world. Which would also explain why no one ever suspected that planet as the Terramorph source world. The Asilis were too damn effective at cleaning them up. Additionally, it explains why once the Asilis were gone, the outbreak there was so catastrophic. Londinian could very well be where the Terramorph saga began. And the key to its end.
Now let's not waste any more time. Londinian, here we come.
Exactly what I was hoping to hear. Now, the UC has a small operating base on Londinian's outskirts. We're cleared for access, but we'll need to check in with the base commander, Sarah Hatoum, when we touch down. I'm gonna help Percival and Kaiser prep, but once that's done, we'll rendezvous with you there. But you need to know, Londinian, it belongs to the Terramorphs. They'll have anti-Xeno gear for us at the base, but
Did her voice just change dramatically for one line? Holy fucking shit, it's a dinosaur. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Oh my fucking god, fucking dinosaur. That's Bethesda, yeah. That's a tradition that goes back to Oblivion. Alright, so the other one's the gear guy. What's up, homie?
I hope that we have not ultimately made a mistake in resurrecting this place.
Oh, this goddamn planet. You romanticize a place when you're away from it for long enough, but I forgot what a dust-crusted pit Mars can be. Now you, what do you need?
I was just looking for some supplies.
You project personnel? Supplies are for project personnel only.
I'm Captain Lily Vess, Vanguard. Pleased to meet you.
Oh, that's you then. I was informed we might be working together. Don't much care for Vanguard.
This game is amazing.
It sounds like you two really got into the thick of it back in New Atlantis. My sister's kids live in the city, so thank you for what you did there.
You're welcome. I hope your family was alright.
Yeah, they both came through okay. One science division, other's an artist. Effectively useless human beings that would have had no reason to be anywhere near the fighting. Still, would hate to see anything happen to them. Now, what was it you needed?
Let's see what you've got for sale.
No more reliable hardware in the galaxy.
Ooh, that looks like it could be good. Even lower fire rate, though. And less ammo. Nope, I'm committed to the Coachman.
Need something?
Oh,
Don't
good.
worry.
You're better.
I'll handle the paperwork.
Yeah, I still can't find anything better than the weapons I've had.
Yes. What?
Oops. Ah. Proceed to Londinian.
Say the word, and we shall be on our way.
Attention vessel, you have entered restricted space. Please respond. This world is off limits. You are advised to jump to safe harbor immediately.
You're interfering with a critical mission. Stand down or I'll report you.
Critical mission? Oh, you're with the collection team, aren't you? Fine. We'll send word you're on your way down. You're cleared to land.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought, motherfucker.
I have heard of Londinian. Anyone who has spent time in United Colonies space has, of course. Now I understand why these stories persist.
You! Inside the barriers! Double time! You with the Xeno unit? Head to command. Far end of the compound.
Whoops. Wait. Ah, okay. There's a door there. Cold planet? I don't think this is a cold planet, I think. Yeah, we're just at the North Pole. Oh, no, never mind. It is a cold planet.
I pride myself on knowing everyone on this world, and I don't know you. You're with the collection team then, I presume. Either that, or you're one deeply unlucky trespasser.
I'm Captain Lilyvest, UC Vanguard. You're expecting me.
Vanguard, eh? Brief said you were an eclectic group. You must have really shined out on the fringe to get assigned a task like this. Ah, then this must be the rest of your outfit. Commander Hatum. No need for introductions, Major Sanon. Dr. Walker, your reputations precede you. As does the urgency of your mission, so I'll get to it. Now, Londinian is one of the most dangerous places in the Milky Way. It's with good reason my soldiers and I do everything we can to avoid entering the city. Terramorphs are omnipresent, and the structural damage left behind when Major Sanon's father bombed its spaceport has turned large swathes of the metropolis into a decaying labyrinth. As such, we'll be providing you all with gear, information, and uploading municipal unlock codes to your robot. Every tool you could need to succeed out there. Except one. Once you're on the other side of those barriers, you will be on your own. If you get into trouble, my people will not be coming. Do we understand each other?
Sure. Now I'll take your heaviest ordnance, please.
We'll do our best. I'll leave you to your preparations then. You can find your equipment in our armory, base of the tower just outside. And I do believe there's someone waiting for you there, Captain. Now, once you're outside the base, it's my personal suggestion you make a beeline to the nearby Aceles plant. It contains one of our field caches. Though I can't guarantee it won't contain anything else. I hope you all find what you're looking for out there. Robot, you're coming with me.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Commander. Percival, you all set to hook into their comms tower?
Should only take a few minutes. Let's get this done and get the hell out of here.
Percival will be scanning the city for our samples from here. When he finds one, he'll transmit the coordinates to us out in the field.
Ready when you are.
All right. Head over to the armory and gear up. Once you're done, we'll meet by the entrance to the city.
Transfers complete. Those codes will allow you to temper.
Hello. You match our description. The Vanguard captain? The cabinet wanted you to have something. Make sure you had the best tools for the task at hand. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Oh, damn. Wait. Ooh. Microgun? Oh, goddamn. this a sniper? Looks like a sniper. It's not. Three-round burst. Yeah, I think I'll stick with my Grendel. Minigun, not even minigun. Micro gun. Let's get this show on the road.
All set on your gear? Are you ready to do this?
Wait, are you nervous?
Yeah, just pre-mission jitters. You hear about a place for so long, it maybe gets bigger in your head than it should be. But
Understandable.
You don't need to worry about me. I'll be all right. Now, are we doing this or not?
I'm ready.
Then let's get this show on the road.
That's what I said.
Kaiser? Percival, everything green on your ends?
I am ready. Personal comm should be routed through Kaiser now. You copy that?
Roger, loud and clear.
Perhaps too loud.
Oh, you're a riot robot.
Kaiser, kick it off.
Unlock code transmitted. You may open the gate when ready.
All right. On our way into the city. Percival, where are we heading?
Running the first sweep. Got one. A Sealy's. Not far. Old shipping yard just past the processing plant. Gene samples are probably in one of the containers.
Deploying lethal countermeasures. Kill protocols active.
Oh, I like this thing. But I probably shouldn't be wasting it.
Clean them out and keep an eye out for the morph controlling them.
Combat procedures activated.
No sign of a morph, though.
Your shipping yard's just beyond the processing plant. Cache with some goodies is towards the rear of the facility.
Kaiser, we close enough for you to dial in the location of those samples from here?
Yes, they're faint, but I'm detecting multiple valid signatures. I have restored power to the containers.
Jackpot. Get down there and collect as many as you can.
Don't mind if I do. Stop getting in my way, Kaiser! Whoops. Sorry, bro. He's alright. He got back up. Just a scratch. Dinged his paint a little bit, maybe.
Over to Kaiser, and let's get out of here.
Hey, come back here.
Samples secure.
Nice work. No. Earlier scan picked up a valid terramorph sample, but, well, it's in the spaceport. And the quick route there looks like it got blasted when the port did.
There are steam tunnels under the city, which will allow us to access the spaceport.
What do you... That's right. Kaiser, how did you know that?
I am not sure.
Percival, you see any better option?
Not from where I'm standing.
Victus implanting info in his head?
Access unlocked. We may proceed.
I don't like that. It's a trap!
Kaiser, this flora, this is Lazarus plant, isn't it?
Confirmed.
You know, no one even realized it was a living thing until someone got it under a microscope and saw it had cells. Can't be cultivated anywhere but Londinian. Real marvel. All these leeches. What's keeping you things warm?
Meh. I'm gonna just keep using my Starborn shit.
What's that? My God, look at it. A Lazarus in bloom.
You know what I haven't done in a while? Invested perk points. I have mastered this skill. All right.
You know, we might be some of the only... What's happening? Captain, are you seeing this?
What?
Oh my god. The heat leeches are terramorphs.
But heat leeches infest every settlement, every corner of the settled systems. That means that every single one... Oh no.
You just saw that, right? You would tell me if I was losing my mind.
What the fuck?
Became a terramorph. The pests that have snuck onto every planet are baby terramorphs. Heat leeches hide out in ships, sneak away after landing, and then, with time, they transform. We just found out how terramorphs move between planets.
This feels like a pretty major discovery.
Pretty major is right. But if what we just saw, if that's possible, the Lazarus plant, it's clearly an accelerant for the terramorph, a heat leech transformation process. Make one into the other in an instant. But that means if anyone knew about this, they could trigger a terramorph spawning. You could sneak a leech into a city, or even multiple leeches, into a place like New Atlantis. Good God. The attack on New Atlantis, could someone have set that up?
Given what we just witnessed, it's certainly plausible.
But first, you'd have to know the truth about all this.
Well, we're never gonna know if you don't catch that thing. Get after it.
We may proceed.
Go!
All right, I did not see that coming. I am so glad that wasn't spoiled for me.
First of all, Geyser's got the cell data from the New Atlantis and Tau Ceti attacks, right?
Uploaded them myself.
Beginning analysis. It is a match. This suggests with high certainty that the Lazarus plant was used to trigger the attacks on both planets.
There's no way a plant this rare, this fragile, just shows up here, New Atlantis, and Tau Ceti. The transformations on those worlds, they must have been triggered by human hands. Captain, do you understand what it is we just stumbled on here?
Sad you assumed the spoilers here would be minor. I mean, they've been hyping up Londinian the entire quest line. And fuck that. Those fucking heat leeches that I've been just walking past for 79 hours now. They're all those terramorph things. What the fuck? That someone thought they could get away with attacking the UC.
Exactly. Someone saw the Lazarus plant and realized the ends it could be put to.
I wonder where they could have gotten such an idea. Deploying alien life forms as weapons.
Oh, Andreja with the shade.
I wouldn't be shocked to find out our team, in part, inspired the approach. But our group never dealt with something that could have an effect like this. Makes some sense, actually. Tau Ceti was likely their first test. Someplace remote where no one would question a few settlers going missing. Ensure the big show, the attack on New Atlantis, would be a success. And the timing of that one, it couldn't have been just
luck that it happened right when we were asking the cabinet to do something about the terramorphs. These attacks. I think someone planned them to set all this in motion.
I thought the timings of those terramorphs showing up was suspicious.
They certainly were. But having this answer, well, it raises a couple big questions. Who could pull something like this off? And why?
I honestly have no idea.
Let's save the discussion for when you all aren't standing in the universe's closest equivalent to hell frozen over. If we're gonna do anything to prevent more terramorph attacks, human cause or otherwise, we need that final sample.
Roger that. Kaiser, get us into the spaceport?
The entrance is this way. I am unable to provide sufficient power to the lock mechanism.
Anyone got ideas where we could get some extra juice?
Local power looks like it was controlled in the security office, upper floor.
At this rate, I'm expecting the next plot development to be something like the culprit is fucking God himself. So I'm a dip and avoid that. Good luck, may the power of brrr be with you. Alright, Murloc. Understandable. Have a good one, dude. I'm really sorry that ended up getting spoiled for you. But there's still the question of who's behind it, so preserve that for yourself.
There's the control panel. Looks optimal. Of all the things to survive.
Reactivated. Error. Control system reboot required.
And we do that. Ah, Captain. I think I see it.
Reboot engaged. Running diagnostic. Diagnostic complete. Multiple systems unavailable. Warning. Priority safety concern detected. Exterior hatch power restored.
Back in business.
Warning. Emergency recorder message detected. Transcription process engaged. Playback initiated.
Admiral Sanon, we need to make the evacuation request.
That's my father he's addressing. He was here? Didn't think he'd have the guts to look those soldiers in the eye before blowing this place to pieces.
Admiral!
It just transformed. An invisible weapon. No planet would be safe. Colonel, the troops that closed off the sewers after my evaluation.
It was Ve Victus.
They're all in this facility.
Other than our casualties...
I hope Murloc's gone.
Good. Get them into defensive positions around the spaceport. No one leaves. I'll send ships as soon as possible.
Thank God. None of us wanted to go down swarmed by those things.
That won't be your fate, Colonel. You have my word.
Transcription complete. Physical copy available.
An invisible weapon. He knew. He knew about the Lazarus plant. Grab that recording. We should talk. Hey, Victus. He destroyed this place. Killed these people to keep what he knew about the Lazarus plant and the terramorphs and all this a secret. Didn't he?
There were plenty of reasons he could have ordered the bombing. The terramorph outbreak, for example.
You heard that recording. He saw the potential of the plant as a weapon and hid it away. He killed those people to keep them from sharing what they might have seen. Condemned this whole city to death. He's...
I mean, all of these are true. Someone who thought keeping the secret would save... Yeah, I wouldn't want that secret getting out.
I sincerely hope you are not suggesting he was justified in his actions. I would not wish to associate with someone who felt he did the right.
A calculated one.
Never mind.
But if the plan...
Andreja hates that. I'm reloading.
Victus.
It's the only lead we've got.
And even if he wasn't directly involved, I guarantee he knows something.
Victus is him.
But I guess we're not gonna...
Oh, it's from 8 minutes ago. Fuck it.
Kaiser, try it now.
I mean, obviously he needs to die. He's supposed to be dead already.
Guys, your sample, it moved. I'd be real careful out there if I were you.
That doesn't sound good. Eyes peeled.
Technically, he's supposed to be dead already.
Come on then. We have collecting to do.
That sound. What is that?
That thing is putting out some kind of signal. Radar's lighting up. I think you're due for some combat.
The thralls. They're not coming after us. I guess we should grab that sample while we can. Good. Now just stash that sample with Kaiser and we're done.
Final sample secure.
All wrapped up. Time to get the hell out of here. Percival, you should unplug and find somewhere we can talk. Privately.
On it. See you soon.
What up?
Look at all of you. Back from the underworld. Got pretty frantic on the comms towards the end there. But it sounded like this was a success. Got everything we need to put this plan in motion.
Is the plan still going to work now that we've got to clean up heat leeches and terrormorphs?
Can't be positive until we run some tests. But knowing that the terrormorphs have been masquerading as heat leeches all this time is a big find. Arguably makes things more feasible, now that we know what we're dealing with, not less.
Agreed.
Plus, I don't think you're gonna have to push real hard to get folks on board with cleaning up one of the galaxy's greatest pests if this is what they're capable of.
But none of that's getting done without the samples. You do have them, right?
Sure did. Kaiser's got all the samples in storage.
Ah, this place for them. Now, my connection might have gotten a bit fuzzy there, but do I have it right that Ve Victus knew about this damn plant?
That's what it sounded like.
Guess the old Admiral must have told someone what he learned. Even he's not clever enough to pull off an attack like that from the great beyond.
It's a bit more complicated than that.
Fuck him.
I'm sorry, what? She's pulling my leg, right? Adrian?
I don't believe she is.
So that means we have a suspect.
I believe that's exactly what that means. Look, Captain. Percival and we need to get these samples back to the lab. Ensure we'll be able to handle cleaning up the leeches as well as the terramorphs. But Ve Victus is the only solid lead we've got on the attacks. Since you're the only one who knows where he is, can you speak to him?
The problem, Del, is the leeches stow away
Anything he might know.
in ship engines. Oh, he and I are going to have some words.
Good. We'll all meet back at mast, outside the cabinet chambers. They're gonna want to know everything we've uncovered here. Best of luck, Captain. And thank you for dealing with him.
The samples are preserved.
These samples are going to change the galaxy for the better.
We've got a lot to do before we
Remove panels in space. I mean, it's not that simple, Del. It's not that simple. They're an infestation. We would have to do a thorough inspection of every ship in the settled systems. You know how complicated that would be with the political climate right now? You think we're gonna get space pirates to cooperate?
Everything seems to be where we left it.
That's you again. You're advised to leave this orbit immediately. The United Colonies will not be held responsible for any harm you suffer by proceeding.
Is... Okay.
Let me check my logs.
Okay, that was jank.
You'll be scanned as you enter the city. Please keep moving. Okay, no bounty. You're clear.
I was just thinking about you.
Another day, another credit.
Authorized personnel only. Threat doesn't stay here.
Well, what a pleasant surprise. When I heard you and Hadrian were headed for Londinian of all places, I presumed you must be onto something big. Did you find what you were looking for?
I don't know. Anything you want to tell me about your time in Londinian?
I haven't been to Londinian in many years. Why? Is there some way I could be of assistance? Were you able to recover what you were looking for?
Oh, we did, and a whole lot more.
Good news, then. So, what exactly are you doing here? Plenty still to be done in defeating the Terramorphs, no?
We found a recording of you discussing the use of Terramorphs as a weapon.
Did you? Well, I don't know what you think you heard on this recording, but I sincerely hope you didn't come to the wrong conclusions. After all, given the Cabinet's current state of anxiety, they might misinterpret such a discovery to mean I could have been involved with the attacks. Perhaps I can convince you to keep this among us.
So you really don't know anything about the attacks? Is that what you're claiming?
Of course. Do I look like I'm in any position to do what you're describing? So I'd very much appreciate your agreement to not share what you found. We wouldn't want anyone else jumping to conclusions now, would we?
Nah, get fucked. I'm telling the Cabinet what we learned. Consider this your chance to come clean.
You know, you're far more clever than I expected. You want to hear the words, then? I did it. The Terramorph attacks on Tau Ceti, New Atlantis, my doing. Years of coordination between my associate and I, figuring out how to deploy the Lazarus plant's pollen outside of Londinian, learning to synthesize it, use it as a weapon. Now, being as clever as you are, I'm sure you have thoughts on why I might do such a thing.
Associate? Who have you been working with?
All in due time. First, I want to see if you're truly as astute as you appear. So why would someone like me go through all this trouble?
No better way to show the UC what a deadly weapon they have in the Lazarus plant than to use it.
Not a bad thought. But no. The attacks were a correction. When I discovered the plant, I did consider handing over what I'd found, but we were at war. And I couldn't risk information that dangerous falling into the wrong hands. So I ordered the bombing of the Londinian spaceport, fixing two problems at once. Halting the spread of the city's Terramorph outbreak, and sealing away knowledge of the plant's potential.
No secret is so dangerous that you can justify condemning so many lives.
Easy to say now, but at the time, I didn't know the Lazarus plant couldn't be plucked from the ground and used to cause even more death. I wasn't going to allow another dangerous dangerous variable to be added to an already catastrophic war. But then, as the war ended, my trial, my execution, I made a decision. After all, I'd given everything for the colonies. My life as I knew it included. And what did I get in return? Was there any effort by the UC to protect my legacy? My daughter's legacy? No. We were sacrificed when all we did was serve. So I kept what I'd learned and arranged the attacks to set things right again. My daughter, she becomes a hero. I become a trusted advisor, having found Kaiser, the research team, and cement my new position of influence when I hand them the name of the person responsible for the attack on New Atlantis.
Let me guess. Me?
The dear departed Dr.
Oh.
The associate who aided me all these years, and whom I always slated to take the fall. What luck he was stopped dead before he could hurt anyone else. His decades on the run brought to an end by another unlikely hero. You.
Dude, this guy's a criminal mastermind. So you murdered UC citizens because of some slight against your honor? You're sick.
There are no heroes without a villain. I simply arranged the opportunity for us to overcome one and become the other. And we all benefited. It's why I had Orlays reprogram Kaiser. Had that old machine guide you to where I found the plant all those years ago. I went to great lengths to ensure your and Hadrian's success. And look at the results. I know for a fact the Cabinet's planning to honor both you and Hadrian once this is all done. Isn't that preferable to languishing away in obscurity? Running jobs on the tail end of nowhere for the Vanguard? With only the vague hopes of perhaps earning the right to buy a home in the well someday.
I'm Starborn, motherfucker. If you're waiting for me to say thank you, we're going to be here a while.
I'm simply looking for you to acknowledge the truth. And let's not forget the importance of our actual endgame. Eliminating the Terramorphs. Securing knowledge of the Lazarus plant. What we've set in motion is going to protect thousands, maybe millions of lives. I'm simply requesting one more life be protected. Mine. I've already sent along the evidence of Orlays' role in the attacks to the Cabinet, leaving out my own involvement. All I ask is that you confirm as much to the Cabinet. Tell them that it was Orlays and Orlays alone. After all, I do still have a long list of threats to the UC. This needn't be the end of our good works together.
I hope you've enjoyed this talk, because once I tell the Cabinet, it'll probably be your last.
That is a pity, Captain. But I'm in no position to negotiate. Though we needn't be enemies, you and I. Just think about the opportunity I've provided here. There are more on the horizon. If you do the right thing.
Authorized personnel only.
I am grateful for our time together, always. You lead. I will follow.
Perfect timing. We just got in. So on our end, good news. The microbe and the Asylees are both as effective against heat leeches as they are against terramorphs.
Means either plan should work for clearing those critters off our worlds.
Considering what the Lazarus plant is capable of, I don't think we can deal with those things fast enough. I already sent along info to the cabinet to get them up to speed. So what about your end? Did you find anything? Did my father tell you what he knew about the Lazarus plant?
Ve Victus confessed. He organized the attacks from his cell.
I knew it. The second I heard that recording, I knew. Why? Did he say why he did it?
He said he was trying to fix the damage done to the Sanan name. Make you and him into heroes.
It takes some deeply twisted logic to think anything did more harm to the Sanan name than him.
Somehow, after all that has transpired, he still believes himself to be the hero. He created this whole situation just so others would see him the way he sees himself. But all it has done is further expose him for what he really is.
Well, once we inform the cabinet, they can ensure he won't be able to do anything like this ever again.
He deserves punishment.
Exactly. Bring justice to everyone he's hurt. So I guess that gives us our final answer. Nothing left to do but head in and see what the cabinet thinks of it all. Unless there was more to discuss. This might be our last opportunity to talk things through before the cabinet weighs in on a decision regarding the terramorphs.
Which method of dealing with the terramorphs are you two leaning towards?
Microbe is gonna make the cleanup a whole lot quicker. If we're concerned about this Lazarus plant getting deployed again, that's the way to go.
The cabinet can secure the Lazarus plant, and then we're not risking any surprises when it comes to dealing with a microbe.
You're being paranoid. You know the science. You know we can make this safe.
I do know the science. I also know math. And a 1 in a million chance of a mutation isn't 0. So I guess we're still in discussion. Probably best at this point to let the cabinet weigh in, see if they have a preference.
So both approaches to clearing our worlds are effective against heat leeches?
They are.
Microbe needed minimal adjustment to account for heat leech anatomy.
And the Asylees seem like they're even better at tracking leeches than morphs.
Hell of a sight to watch, though, when they catch them. Like an open airlock guzzling angry spaghetti.
What kind of risks are there if we decide to bring back the Asylees?
Asylees aren't hostile to humans, but they are megafauna. If someone decides to pick a fight with one, it could get ugly. But they've already been spread far and wide once before when the UC was raising them as livestock, so the risk of introducing them to new worlds is minimal. Using them to clean up the terramorphs and leeches, though, it's not going to be nearly as expedient as the microbe would be. Given what we know now about the Lazarus plant, the speed of the job does matter. But going with the Asylees, we're at least dealing with known risks.
What do you think the cabinet will do when they learn about Ve Victus's involvement?
It's hard to know. Unlike my father, the cabinet aren't butchers. But killing UC citizens, along with everything else he's done, is unforgivable. But if you're really that concerned, you could request they be lenient. They might be willing to spare him.
Nothing else on my end. Let's head in there.
And here we go.
Welcome back, all of you. I wish we were meeting under better circumstances. But according to Hadrian's report, and the second one I just received, It seems the Terramorph attack on New Atlantis was no random occurrence, but a planned strike. Is what I'm reading here true?
Yes, but don't you worry, we found the culprit.
The second report claims to know the perpetrator as well. Did Reginald Orlays actually commit these attacks, Captain?
Orlays?
That report isn't the whole truth. Orlays helped, but Ve Victus organized the attacks. Hadrian, I think you should tell them.
Well, ma'am, it seems your report is incorrect. Francois Sanon was responsible for the attacks.
He did what? That's impossible. He doesn't have the kind of access to...
Clearly, he made his own access, Chief Sarkin. Madam President, I have been saying for years that not dealing with that man was going to end in tragedy.
Enough! I hope everyone here understands that what has just been shared is a state secret of the highest order. This information does not leave this room. Now that's quite the accusation your group is leveling. Seeing as Francois Sanon has not left containment for the better part of 2 decades. You have evidence to back this up?
It just transformed. A Terramorph out of thin air. An invisible weapon. No planet would be safe.
Heavens help us. Is that actually him?
I'd know that voice anywhere. That's Francois.
He knew they could do this. And said nothing.
Mm-hmm.
He's a sociopath. Plain and simple, ma'am.
Officer, please collect that recording.
Yes, ma'am. Begging your pardon, Captain.
We'll, of course, be launching a full investigation into how this could have happened. Though I have little doubt the Admiral will be quick to share all he knows on the subject once confronted with that recording. Chief Yassine, can you send one of your interrogators to have a little chat with the Admiral?
I'll issue the order immediately.
Good. Combined with everything else you all have uncovered. Well, I don't think the United Colonies can thank you enough. We failed the people of the colonies by not dealing with Ve Victus sooner. I intend to rectify that mistake immediately.
What's going to happen to him?
That will be up to the cabinet to decide. But I don't appreciate our mercy being taken advantage of.
Whatever the cabinet thinks is the right course of action.
It's well past due. Now, with our villain unmasked, we can attend to the other matters at hand. With the threads you've brought together here, the Lazarus plant, the attacks, the heat leeches, the 3 of you have likely spared thousands of lives. But it now falls to the cabinet to ensure this can never happen again. As such, the cabinet will be securing the Lazarus plant on Londinian. All materials related to the plant will be classified to ensure no one else learns its true nature.
A sound decision, Madam President.
Securing the plant isn't enough. It should be wiped out.
We're already discussing the elimination of one species, Captain. Explain to me why you wish to eliminate another.
I'm shocked you don't want to destroy it. Is the UC planning to keep this for themselves?
I'm not sure I like what you're suggesting. The UC's only plan is to protect lives. Though, I won't discount that perhaps your proposal could get us closer to that goal. So, explain to me your thinking in destroying the plant.
Destroying it, and asking the Freestar Collective to help, proves the UC has no ill intentions.
They are ultimately threatened as much as the United Colonies. To share what you know and what can be done to make us all safer can only foster good relations.
That is an idea with some merit to it. Decrease the likelihood of anything like this occurring again, and further relations between our two factions.
Two birds with a single stone. Very well. We'll include the collective in the removal process. Thank you for the suggestion, Captain. So then, to our final topic. The Cabinet has agreed to implement a plan that will deal with the Terramorph, and now also Heat Leech presence on human worlds. In fact, we've already begun enacting measures to check all UC ports and settlements for undiscovered nests. But we all understand this is only a partial solution. The project we're embarking on will be a long and difficult one. So our first step must be deciding how exactly this all will be handled.
Madam President, this microbe is clearly too much of a risk. The Aseles are the safer approach.
To someone with limited knowledge of biology, perhaps? The technology behind the microbe is solved science, Madam President. It isn't dangerous. Using it to wipe out the Terramorphs would be the quickest path to protecting humanity.
And fast results always lead to the best outcomes, don't they?
As you can see, there remains debate among the Cabinet. We were hoping your group might issue a recommendation. Major?
We've been having similar debates ourselves, but the Captain has yet to weigh in.
Captain, considering your xenological background, your input on the matter would be most welcome.
Less risk using an existing organism than making a new one. The Aseles is the wiser choice.
I'm in full agreement. No need be delving into unpredictable sciences.
And Major Sinan? Dr. Walker, you'd find this acceptable?
We trust the Captain's judgment.
Then the matter is settled. We'll begin the process immediately. Today marks day one for the United Colonies Terramorph Management Division, making you three the founding members of the TMD. Despite all your checkered histories, with the Xeno Warfare Unit or SysDef, the Cabinet still believes you all earned a display of gratitude for what you've done. Today, we will be adding 3 new Class 1 citizens to our ranks.
Class 1? For the 3 of us? Are you joking?
What he means to say is, thank you, ma'am.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
What's a Class 1 citizen?
It's a status reserved only for those who've dedicated their lives to the United Colonies, or done great things for its cause. Class 1s enjoy an ample credit disbursement, an additional reduction on the cost of colonial goods. And I'm told the penthouse is rather impressive.
Penthouse. Thank you, Madam President.
You all have earned it. Now, there's much to be done. Major Sinan, Dr. Walker, I hope you two are willing to continue your efforts, spearheading the TMD's research on Mars.
We'd be honored, ma'am.
As for you, Captain, the Vanguard will be providing much of the on-the-ground support for the TMD. As a member of both the Vanguard and the TMD, I believe you'll have your pick of duties. Speak to your commander, Tuala, if I recall correctly. He should be able to provide you with assignments going forward, plus help you collect the benefits that come with being named Class 1. On behalf of the whole of the United Colonies, you have our sincerest gratitude. This meeting is adjourned.
I've heard some hostile camps were wiped off the map.
Oh. This is where this is. Boy, that's pretty.
went to chef school, this ain't exactly where I saw myself.
Well, I've got to say, this is a first. I've never had a Class 1 citizen in my ranks before. Congratulations, Captain.
I'm just here to collect whatever it is this Class 1 citizen thing pays.
Luckily, I'm one step ahead of you. I've already gone ahead and processed your Class 1 benefits. All UC goods and services should now have a thanks for protecting the colonies discount. And the credits should be in your accounts now. But to get into your penthouse, you'll have to pay a visit to the Aphelion Realty office. They should be able to grant you access.
Rather drink engine oil than live in New Atlantis, but at least the price is right. Glad to see the UC give credit where credit's due. That's incredibly generous.
Higher-ups wanted to make sure you know how much they appreciate what you've done. But with all that squared, it's time to get you a new assignment. There are your standard Vanguard missions, putting those pilot skills to use defending UC space. Or you could help the TMD in cleaning up terramorphs. Oh, and I got a request from Dr. Walker. Wanted your help collecting biological samples to keep an eye out for any, new alien threats on the horizon. Any of those missions call to you?
I've done my duty, Commander. I think I'm going to take some time off from aliens.
Of course. You've earned some R&R. Once you're rested up and ready to head out there again, you come see me.
Alright, now begins the procedural content.
Well, if it isn't the United Colony's newest Class 1 citizen, you've made quite a name for yourself in New Atlantis. In fact, the higher-ups want to thank you for your dedicated service by giving you one of the nicest pieces of real estate in the city. It's a premium penthouse at the top of Mercury Tower. Best location in New Atlantis, in my professional opinion.
What do you say? It'll just take a second to get you registered as the owner.
I'm interested.
Great! You're in for a real treat. It's one of my favorite apartments in the city.
Okay, you're all set. Your new home's located in Mercury Tower in the residential district. You'll love the place. It has a gorgeous floor plan and an unbeatable view of the city. Now that you're an owner, I'm sure I'll be seeing you around town.
This space is a...
Not sure if those maroon zealots live in space.
All right, let's see it. It's fucking empty. It's huge. Wow. Oh. Oh dear. Never mind. I think I'm gonna stay inside. Well, that was disappointing. You know why the houses in Skyrim were better? They came pre-furnished. You know what we should do? We should go visit Mom and Dad. See if we can tell them about all we've achieved.
I'm planning a grocery run later. I get some things you like.
Major Kira, I mean Mom.
Get over you being here. And it's not even Mother's Day. So, I gotta ask, is there anyone special in your life? With you being in Constellation now, I imagine you are quite the catch.
Yeah, about that. I'm married.
I knew it. You have that spring in your step. A mother knows. I won't press, dear. Don't worry.
You think you have? I see.
I know you didn't live in this apartment long, but I want you to consider this your home away from home. Your bed is always yours, no questions asked. I mean, well, I will ask questions, but you can stay here no matter the answers.
I really appreciate it.
No bother at all. Stay as long as you like. Anything you want to talk about, dear?
Nothing new. Rip.
Talking with you has made my day. I'm being serious.
I wonder where Dad is. Aw, this was my room. My mirror doesn't work. Oh.
You've been loafing around the house all day.
Oh, there he is.
I've been reading. It's good stuff. It's about...
You should get some exercise.
I've spent my whole life in a book. I'm fine.
And how has that worked out?
Ouch. Touché.
We are going for a walk later.
You tell him, Mom.
So you know, your mother's missed you. Like a lot.
There is no space between your nose and mouth
money
still.
you sent home? Well, it means a lot. To both of us.
You're welcome, Dad. Mwah.
Feel free to grab anything you need.
Mwah. Love you guys. Mwah. Love you too. Let's go. Okay, well, I guess that's the UC Vanguard questline done. Definitely, I'm definitely a fan. I think that was some of Bethesda's strongest writing since, maybe since Morrowind. That was definitely up there. That was definitely up there. But for now, this is where we're going to call it for the night.